everybody.
Yo.
Just gonna.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Just let you know, Sergeant Sam's going to be running late. He got called out on a call on his way here.
Okay.
Oh, I would have said the call would be starting in 15 minutes, but it seems that people are gonna be late.
Are you bailiffing today? Nice. That's the only question I have for you. Thank you.
Evening. So the session will be a bit late because there was an accident on the highway.
That's fine.
Alright, I'm just gonna let everyone else know. Mr. Frost, you got the text from Harvey, I assume? He's stuck on the highway due to an accident. So, I know. Court will be pushed back a few more minutes, but it will still be happening today, don't you worry.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Just to let you know, that court will be pushed back by a few minutes today due to an accident on the highway causing issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Not
All
a
right, thank you.
problem.
Okay.
Sound muted.
Hello, Beckett. How are we? I has. I probably shouldn't. I'm stress eating at this point. see. Does that float your boat, Beckett? I'm not going to be able to use that clip now, but that's cool. You fuck. Goodness. Let's have a gander. How long's Briggs going to be? Oh, he's got new siren sounds.
Over here.
Good.
No, I just took the long way. Oh well.
Let's watch Briggsy poo while we wait, shall we?
We'll just go back the other way, go around. Screw it. Yeah, I'm running code 3 because I'm supposed to be somewhere at 7. Which is in 5 minutes. Dozy Gamer coming in for another subscription at tier 1 for 3 months. What's going on, buddy? Shit hit the fan all at once there. Dispatch 701, you show me 10-7 for meetings.
Second channel 1, so you can show me 10-7 at call.
Alright.
Engine 11 will be clear up to last. I'll be en route to 7326 for a report of fire.
Seven oh one 721.
Go for it.
You can continue to it and check it out, but I did request county to respond to that.
Copy. I didn't see that or hear that.
Yeah, apologies.
You're fine, sir. Just wanted to double check.
Okay. Since we're starting, just gonna walk over my desk. Oh. Oh. How fucking rude.
They said it's gonna be a little. They said it's gonna be a little bit of time. Typically, the prosecutor would be on the other side of the courtroom now.
Such a pretty character. I'm tired.
Alrighty, can everybody hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's gonna be last minute call. The judge is currently preparing to get everything going. So it should be starting off here in approximately a couple minutes, I'd say less than 3. So if anybody has to use restroom or anything at this second in time, I would give you the advice to go now.
Thank you, bailiff.
You are welcome.
Alright. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening.
Good evening, Judge.
Alright. So, before we get this started, just need to confirm we've got everyone here. Representatives of LSPD, plaintiff representative Winter Smalls, defendant Sean Frost, and defense representative Harvey Specter.
Chief Hightower present, Your Honor.
Alright. And I assume in front of you is your is the representative for you, Mr. Hightower, Chief Hightower.
Yes, ma'am. That's the prosecutor.
Alrighty. And I can see that we have Mr. Frost and Mr. Spectre here. Okay.
Present, ma'am.
Are we missing anyone? Any witnesses that we might need?
I don't believe we are missing anyone that I may or may not need.
Alrighty. Alrighty, so Frost First Estate of San Andreas. The date is the 31st of May 2024. Charges are as followed: second-degree murder and criminal use of a firearm. We are going to start with opening statements, and we will start off with the defense if you want to give your opening statement, sir.
Ma'am, I'd like to first state that we're going to plead not guilty, and I'm going to turn it over and allow the state to go first.
Alright, have a pre-plead of not guilty. Miss Smalls, your opening statement, please.
Yes, Your Honor. 1 second.
So you can't see it right now, but I am typing, so my brain hurts now.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
Not a
Ladies and
problem.
gentlemen of the court, we we are here today to prosecute Mr. Frost for allegedly overkilling a victim and we are seeking the highest charges possible of second-degree murder. Now I'm going to turn it over to the defense.
Okay.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, our judge, in the case that we present before you today, my client stands accused of second-degree murder and an illegal use of a firearm. However, it is very essential to remember that the burden of proof lies within the prosecution and their evidence. It is their responsibility to demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt that my client is guilty of these charges. Throughout this trial, I'll provide evidence, arguments that challenge the prosecution's narratives and ultimately prove my client's innocence. And that's my opening statement. No further, Your Honor.
Alrighty. With that being said, we're going to move on then. Motions and preliminary matters. Does anyone have any pending motions or preliminary matters that need to be addressed to the court, such as motions to dismiss, motions for summary or judgment, or procedural motions?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to place a motion for a summary judgment to cancel this case, as the evidence that I have would prove that the detectives in the evidence that they provide is not substantial enough towards pleading a guilty verdict towards my client.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench, please?
You may. You may, Miss Smalls.
She says we can there, ma'am.
Yep.
I mean, Your Honor, there is enough evidence to prosecute Mr. Frost.
Okay.
The evidence that I've been given stood without reasonable doubt that the detectives and the evidence that I have is been not properly followed in certain ways.
All right. Can you elaborate on how it hasn't been followed?
The, by what I'm understanding with police reports, that the officers arrived on scene, they questioned Frost, never questioned any of the witnesses on the scene. Later on, both my client, Captain Frost, and my other client, Karina O'Shea, were called by the chief of police to be questioned yet again outside of the detectives being there.
I understand that, but Your Honor, at the end of the day, with the CCTV footage and the coroner's report, that's more than enough.
Well, there's flaws in the coroner's report. There's no true evidence of which bullet had killed the suspect, or
Okay.
excuse me, the victim.
I mean, but it really doesn't. It doesn't matter what bullet. He shot 16 rounds into somebody. A bullet did it.
Are we sure he's the one that shot him?
We've got him on CCTV that he did it.
Are you sure?
And have you looked at the coroner report?
Oh, I've looked at the coroner report. And I've also looked at the CCTV. The CCTV, by what I can see, is clearly a foggy day, and you cannot make out that it's my client.
Right, but if you look at the coroner report and look at the type of death, that's more than enough.
I have gone over everything. I've been over the arrest report and Miss O'Shea she has been spoken to as well on the day. I have seen the video as well. It is a very foggy day. However, I was given an extended version.
So you got a version different than mine?
I believe. Hold on. Let me. I've got it all here on my laptop. Let me double check what I've got. It might be the same. Is this the same CCTV that you have, sir?
Yeah, that
Alright.
appears what I would get. Yeah.
Alright. So I didn't get an extended version, not a problem.
I mean, Your Honor, the CCTV, you can clearly see him standing over the victim. You can clearly see everything that we need to see.
And I agree. You can see him standing over the
And
victim for it.
You clearly see a male subject standing over a victim.
but we have it written in statement that Mr. Frost did say he shot the victim 16 times.
Alright. So we do have Frost's testament on the date of the incident, as well as I did watch the video, but it's a bit foggy in my mind from his interview with Chief Hightower.
At this point, you got nothing more than excessive use of force.
Right.
Even if it was my client.
I mean, I don't see how we have a verbal written statement. Well, we have a written statement saying that he did it.
I believe the
He's
statement
admitted
given.
guilt.
Here's the question.
I believe both statements were verbal.
And it's also recorded in an interview that he's admitted guilt.
we're still going to continue to plead not guilty. He was never read his rights on scene. Shaken up situation. There's
He-
quite a bit of evidence that was not gathered that should have been gathered. Your detectives didn't do their job properly. The case has been tossed around to 3 different people. And then there's questions in the coroner's report that I have questions for.
Now I see Karina O'Shea. Is she here today?
No, she's not.
No, she did let me know that she had some other obligations, but she gave me a written statement.
Okay, is that a signed written statement?
It is assigned, and I did send one over to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, that's probably still sat in my emails then. Um,
And Your Honor, not only that, but I would motion to have the statement thrown out. It's personal.
it may be personal, but it was a key witness, no?
It's a key witness to the situation.
Because in my statement, it does, the statement I have from Miss O'Shea, it does state that Frost did use excessive force. Several bullets. That she doesn't know how many bullets. From my statement, it says that she didn't have full visual the whole time, but she definitely heard several shots. Are we still wanting to throw that out, even though there's 2 people stating that it's over 2 to 3 shots?
I mean, she's a keyable witness. She's also a victim of a circumstance that had taken place prior to whoever to
Actually, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
shoot the your victim.
Actually, no. Go ahead and keep the statement in.
Okay. All right.
But Your Honor, I would also like to push for an insanity as well, because 16 rounds into a person, I mean, are they even? I would argue that they're not stable enough to even hold the position anymore.
So if you're going to argue that, I would argue that he is not stable to present himself in court to withstand trial.
Yeah, if we are pleading insanity, you'd have to go for a psych eval to make sure he is stable enough to stand court.
Right, I understand that.
Okay. So, Mr. Spectre, what is it you are looking for? Obviously, you're pleading not guilty to second-degree murder and criminal use of a firearm. What are you?
Obviously, I want to walk out of here and the man walk free.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm ultimately going for.
Okay.
But case of evidence of what she's saying she's got, nothing more than excessive use of force. But what I've got, ideas, questions and stuff that I have for my witnesses that I'd like to bring to the stand could prove that's completely otherwise.
All right. And Miss Smalls, you would like to push guilty for murder in the second degree and criminal use of a firearm, as well as a full psych eval to ensure that he is stable enough to continue his job.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
I mean, I can absolutely agree with a full psych eval. I have absolutely no issues with that.
Okay, so we're both in agreement that we would like to push for a full psych eval.
Yes, Your
I have
Honor.
no issues with that. I mean, I believe any law enforcement officer that would discharge their firearm at any point in time, whether on duty, off duty, if they should.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying, to clarify, I am not saying that my client is at all guilty here, but he is a law enforcement officer, and I'm sure he has discharged his firearm while on duty.
Of course.
Well, exactly, but
This is great. This is
Not
great.
16 times in the head.
You'd be surprised, Miss Smalls. Not so much in the head, but we've seen a few. Alright. We're gonna jump past this matter. You've both given me your thoughts. Mr. Spectre would like the case to be thrown out due to lack of substantial evidence and lack of investigational work, as well as you would like to push for a full psyche eval and hopefully walk out of here not guilty. Miss Smalls, I have you that you want to push for a full psyche eval and you'd like to push for the case to be pled insanity, as well as I'm sorry, you didn't
Second
want
degree murder charges.
second degree murder charges, okay. And you want to keep Miss O'Shea's statement in, yes?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
You want to keep Miss O'Shea's statement in, correct?
Yes.
Right. Alright, if you both head back to your benches, we're gonna move on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Alrighty. That was a long conversation there. Moving on from our motion and preliminary matters, we're going to be moving on to presentation of evidence. This will be any and all evidence, including witnesses that either team will have. Yeah, I'm speaking up.
She can't get any louder.
Alrighty, who are we starting off with today for evidence?
I'd like to motion allow the prosecutor to start first.
Alrighty. Plaintiff, your evidence. Don't forget to turn your voice back up.
Your Honor, can we call Detective Scott Thompson to the sit-in, please?
Yes, we can. Detective Thompson, if you want to make your way over, please, to my left. And Officer Gaines, if you could swear his oath.
Alright, so you're gonna put your right hand on top of the Bible here. And repeat after me. I, Detective Thompson,
I, Detective Thompson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Alright, and you gotta remove the hand from the Bible.
Thank you, Officer Gaines. Alright, Plaintiff, you may start.
Mr. Thompson, you were on duty that night, correct? That day?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What was that again?
You were on scene the day of the crime, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us a just give us a statement as to what you saw that day.
Well, I was on duty as an active CIU at the time. I was working with DPS investigators on a current case we have down here in the city. When I received a #1 call of a individual that was shot in Mirror Park. The 911 caller stated that it was a looked to be a law enforcement officer. At which point, myself and Max Sam, DPS trooper, badge number 121, responded to the call. 121 happened to be closest to the scene, so he arrived first, with myself arriving secondary. When I arrived on scene, he went ahead and briefed me that, hey, we have a officer involved shooting involving Captain Frost. And according to Frost, he and I quote, shot the bitch 16 times in the head. At which point my response was, okay, let's go ahead and follow procedure and get a supervisor down here. At which time a supervisor was not on duty. So Sergeant Sam was the acting supervisor until Chief Hightower came on duty and we had him respond to the scene. At that point, we consulted with Chief Hightower, as well as Sergeant Sam made a phone call, I believe, to the courts to speak with one of the judges on what exactly steps should we be taking with a very extreme case of an officer involved shooting, to which they advised, go ahead and arrest the officer, conduct your investigation, do whatever you got to do, and yeah, we'll handle it here in court. So at that point, I went ahead and took over as the investigative supervisor. Received statements from both Captain Frost and his significant other, Karina O'Shea. After that, I went over to the cafe in Mirror Park to retrieve the CCTV footage, which I was able to do so. And from what I noticed on the footage, was able to conduct that Captain Frost did, in fact, discharge his weapon multiple times, at least 16 times, according to the gunshots heard on the CCTV footage, as well as throw a knife into the suspect, looked to be in her right upper shoulder area. And that was something we noticed when we got on scene.
Okay, and you said that you did get a written statement from Mr. Frost, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Sam did receive a statement from Captain Frost.
Okay. All right. And so let me ask, how many years have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 32 years.
All right, so in your 32 years of service, have you ever seen a police officer or an off-duty cop fire that many shots into a victim
Object.
as self-defense?
Calls for speculation.
I will let her finish her question and I will determine what I'm going to say. Go ahead, Ms. Morse.
Let me reword it, Your Honor. In your 32 years of service, Have you ever seen such excessiveness when it comes to self-defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Frost in court today? Can you identify him for me?
Yes, ma'am. He's the one sitting right next to Mr. Spectre behind that desk.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. I will overrule the objection. Mr. Spectre, any questions for the witness?
Oh, absolutely.
Okie
Detective Thompson, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. How long have you been a detective of the CIU?
Approximately 2 months.
2 months. Ever have detective work previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your statement, you stated the 911 caller said that the person looked to be an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
What? Let me rephrase this. Hold on. Did you speak with the 911 caller at all?
I personally did not know.
Then how can we say that it looked to be an officer?
Well, because arriving on
Your
scene,
Honor,
Captain
objection.
Frost.
Leading the witness.
Your Honor, I'm trying to figure out how a person is to look like an officer to a 911 caller.
Overruled. Continue, Mr. Spectre.
I proceed with my question.
Okay. If could you just re-ask the question for Detective Thompson here so he can answer?
Yes. If a 911 caller would state looked like an officer, what would you suspect that to be?
I would expect to see a gentleman who I know to be an officer as I work with him to be on that scene.
So to the naked eye, a person that should be in uniform, yes?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. When you first arrived to the scene and you state that my client, Captain Frost, stated, and I quote, shot the bitch 16 times. Was that at any point in time, any of that under oath?
No, it was not.
Was my client read in their rights at any point in time?
Yes, he was.
Prior to getting statements?
Yes.
Did he request a lawyer at that time?
No, he did not.
Okay. In your testimony to Miss Smalls behind me, you stated you got CCTV from, if correct me if I'm wrong, a cafe.
Yes, I believe that's what the building is.
Okay. Can you describe the type of day it was?
Foggy.
Dense fog? Light fog?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know the difference between dense fog, regular fog, or light fog. It was foggy.
Okay. And you state within your reasonable doubt that in the CCTV you were able to clearly see that it was Captain Frost holding a firearm to a suspect or to the victim, excuse me.
Per the CCTV footage, yes.
Okay. I want to step back to the looked like an officer. If an officer is off duty, what should they look like?
I don't understand the question.
No, I mean, it's a kind of a simple question. If a police officer is off duty, what are they supposed to look like?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
I'll move on. No further questions at this time.
Okay. Any further questions, Miss Smalls?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Witness Detective Scott Thompson, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiff, do you have any further witnesses to call up to the stand?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call forth the coroner, please.
Okay. Who's the coroner for me?
1 second, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I'll have to go retrieve him. He's out in the lobby.
Ma'am, the coroner is going to be Dr. Deacon.
Dr. T. Okay. Yeah. There's this Dr. Deacon here, is it?
Indeed it is.
Alrighty, Mr. Deacon, if you just stay standing for me.
Alrighty, Mr. Deacon, if you could go ahead and place your right hand on the Bible here. Alrighty, and repeat after me. I, Benjamin Deacon,
I, Benjamin Deacon,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Deacon. You gotta remove your hand.
Okay, Mr. Deacon, you're welcome to take a seat. Miss Smalls, your questions. Yeah, he really did. I'm out of coffee. This is a really tragic day. I'm tired. I'm stressed. I have to do court, and I'm out of coffee. I might cry.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Dr. Benjamin Deacon.
All right. And how long have you been a coroner?
A coroner specifically, only the last couple of years.
How long have you been in the medical field?
The medical field as a whole, approximately 20 years, majority of that working in pathology as a medical examiner.
Okay. And now, when we look at the coroner report, we see that the manner of death is homicide. That's what you ruled. That's what you stated.
Yes, the deceased was killed by another person, not in a natural manner.
Right. Right. Could you lead us through that?
The deceased wounds were consistent with being inflicted by a person, and not by themselves. Namely, the fact that they had multiple gunshot wounds in them, the substantial injury to the head, and the laceration to their back being indicative of someone being killed as opposed to a suicide, an accidental death, or an otherwise natural death.
Right. So what you're confirming is that the victim in this case was in fact killed by not outside means, but in fact a gun.
Well, the official cause of death is listed as catastrophic brain injury resulting from multiple gunshot wounds. What I'm confirming in ticking the manner of death being a homicide is that the deceased was killed by another person.
Okay. And how many gunshot wounds did you find?
I found 3 in the neck, and I cannot confirm how many there were to the head due to the substantial damage to the head of the deceased.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, your questions.
How are we doing today, Mr. Deacon? Dr. Deacon, excuse me.
Not too bad. Yourself, sir?
Oh, wonderful. So, you've been in the medical field for 20 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I do thank you for your service. In your report, I've read through it.
Mhm.
It states that a catastrophic brain injury was result stemming from gunshot wounds. You state you only found 3 gunshot wounds on the body.
Mhm.
Is that consistent with the catastrophic brain injury?
The 3 to the neck, no. The simple reason as to why I came to the conclusion that the injuries to the head was sustained via gunshot wounds was the remnants of, I believe it was 2 rounds of ammunition inside the skull that had been embedded.
The number 2 rounds were found in the skull.
Yes, however,
Okay.
I do apologise. Yes, however, the damage to the skull would have taken substantially more than 2 rounds.
Any way of knowing how many bullets it would have took to as the victim to be deceased?
No.
So, in your testimony as we speak now, you recall in your report a total of 5 bullets, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, apologies. 2 bullets, 3 apparent gunshot wounds, and the 3 to the neck, my apologies, were through and through, so there was no bullet left there as it passed through the body.
Excuse me. Okay. But they were apparent gunshot
Yes.
wounds.
Yes.
Just for the court, can you clarify what that means as an apparent gunshot wound?
An apparent gunshot wound would be a puncture injury of a diameter consistent with that of a standard caliber of ammunition. Obviously, you have your various calibers of ammunition. I'm not going to go into that, and I'm not a firearms specialist. However, there are certain diameters, certain markings on the body that are indicative that someone has sustained a puncture wound from something travelling at such a velocity of such a size that it is more than likely a bullet.
Okay. With that being said, you said you found 2 bullets within the skull. Any way of telling the caliber of the bullet?
No, they were mangled beyond all recognition.
Okay. Any way of telling the caliber of any bullets with the 3 GSWs in the neck?
They appeared to be small caliber in nature. Again, I'm not a firearms expert, so I can't comment on the particular caliber of these rounds. However, I can attest to the fact that these injuries are indicative of small arms munitions.
Okay. And we'll move forward here. The deceased.
Mhm.
It states you found a 9mm caliber firearm on the suspect, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, on the victim.
Yes, I know who you meant. Yes, I did.
Okay. And would 9mm be considered a small caliber?
Yes. When I
Okay.
refer to small munitions, I refer to mostly handguns.
Okay.
However, that does extend into other weapons that can fire ammunition of a caliber commonly seen in handguns.
Okay. During your examination of the deceased, at any point in time, did you do a drug or alcohol or toxicology test on the deceased?
From the looks of my report, no, and a toxicology report was not requested.
So, a toxicology report was not requested by detectives?
By anyone. It was not sent through to my office.
Okay. Pardon me just a moment. In your report, you have laceration, 2.5, or excuse me, half-inch depth
Yes.
in her left shoulder.
Yes, half an inch.
Okay. Is this consistent with any type of particular firearm?
No, the laceration would not be commensurate with a firearm.
In your experience, in your professional judgment, what would you believe that this would be consistent of?
Due to the particular depth and the way the wound appears to be inflicted, it appears to have been inflicted by some kind of blade.
Okay. I read something in your report about traumatic lung damage. I could go back and reread it if you need me to.
No, I do have a copy of my report in front of me. I believe what you're reading is a line, and I'm going to quote directly from it. The deceased has clear atraumatic lung damage consistent with the inhalation of an unknown substance. Is that the line you're referring to? Sorry, sir.
Yes. So an unknown substance could be anything out there. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It could be anything from tobacco to cannabis to meth to heroin to crack cocaine.
And as medical examiner, would that make you think that maybe a toxicology test should have taken place?
My role is not necessarily to make those decisions, but to simply carry it out using my expertise. I'm to remain largely impartial in the investigation and simply determine the circumstances in which a person died, the condition of their body, and so on and so forth.
Okay. And this report that I have sitting on my desk over there, this report did go to the detectives on the scene, correct?
Yes, it did. I sent it to Detective Thompson.
Okay. All right. At this point, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff, any further questions?
1 second, Your Honor.
Not a problem.
Uh, 1 second, Your Honor. I do have further questions, if that's okay.
Yep.
Dr. Deacon, so according to your report, it does state that there was lung damage due to inhalation of a foreign substance, correct? But nobody would have known that until you had done the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
So then, therefore, the officers wouldn't have known to ask for a toxicology report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Defense, any further questions?
Oh, absolutely. I want to follow up on her question. After you do your autopsy,
Mhm.
you send the report to detectives. How long do you hold on to the body afterwards before it's moved to a funeral home or wherever it goes?
Typically, approximately 72 hours would be the minimum time. However, in certain circumstances, we may hold on to it longer. For example, the deceased next of kin seeking funeral homes and not finding one in sufficient time.
So, either way, long enough for an officer to look at the report and go, I should have a toxicology test done?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Alrighty. Plaintiff?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Alright, Dr. Deacon, thank you so much. You can head back to your seat at this time.
Thank you.
Alright, Plaintiff, we're still on you. Do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call to the stand Sergeant Max Sam.
Okay. Alright, Sergeant Sam, if you just remain standing for the moment while my officer gets you oathed in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, Sergeant Sam, go ahead and place your right hand on the Bible form, please. And go ahead and repeat after me. I, Sergeant Sam,
I, Sergeant Max Sam,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Sergeant Max Sam. You may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Plaintiff, you may proceed with your questioning.
Good evening, Mr. Sam. Just to clarify, you were first on scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was the primary unit.
When you arrived, can you give the court a brief summary of what you saw when you got there?
At first, upon arriving on scene, I stepped out my vehicle, having parked it up on the road just up near the pond, as they were down by the water. Did both Miss O'Shea and Mr. Frost down by the water, as well as what appeared to be a individual laying on the ground. I approached cautiously, obviously currently unaware fully of who the individuals were on scene, but quickly identifying them as Mr. Frost and Miss O'Shea, as I've worked with both of them previously. I concluded that neither of these individuals were a threat, and immediately moved to assess the female on the ground, who had a very large proportion of her brain matter present on the pavement rather than in her head.
Okay. One second, Your Honor. I'm sorry. So did you actually see the victim shoot at Karina?
No, ma'am. This was all prior to the shooting. All occurred prior to my attendance to the scene.
Okay. Okay. All right. And did you read Mr. Frost and Miss O'Shea's rights before questioning or before any statements were given?
I did not question the individuals, ma'am, and therefore, no, I did not. They were not under arrest, and therefore it was not required.
Okay. Okay. And can you tell us what kind of evidence you found at the scene?
At the incident itself, I discovered the body, obviously, as previously discussed by the coroner. I was also provided Sergeant Frost's firearm in a completely disassembled state, as is usual when an officer is involved in a shooting. And he also provided me with his throwing knife, which he removed from the body himself. There was other evidence, I believe, collected by Detective Thompson, but that would be for him to speak upon.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Frost did remove the knife from the body.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you consider that a form of tampering with evidence?
I wouldn't be qualified to speak on that, ma'am. I didn't personally ask him to remove the blade, but I couldn't possibly speak on the concept.
Okay, no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, your questions.
How are we doing today? Sergeant Sam, correct?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. And you?
All right, Sergeant. You arrived on scene. What was the weather like that day?
It was rather foggy. You could still see, I'd guess, approximately 100, 200 meters, at least with my vision. It wasn't raining or anything like that. Just a bit foggy, a little bit chilly, but nothing over the top, sir.
Okay. You got there. You got out of your squad car. You approached the scene, I'll call it, and you said you saw two individuals. You, if I may have misunderstood, sitting on a park bench, correct?
No, sir. Mr. Frost was standing. Miss O'Shea was sitting.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that because I did obviously misunderstood. Mister, my client, Captain Frost, handed you a disassembled firearm
Yes, sir.
and a knife. You called it a throwing knife.
Yes, it appeared to be a knife one would use, indicated to throw rather than that would be used for slicing, etc.
And this is the only evidence collected on the scene.
By myself personally, other than the statement.
The statement from
Your client, sir.
From my client. Okay. When you get evidence from a person, what's your policy on that? What is DPS's policy with evidence?
Evidence needs to be handled within an appropriate manner. It has to be labelled and stored appropriately, in accordance with all of our policies. I would be more than happy to get you a copy so that I don't misspeak, sir, if you would like. But it has to be stored in an appropriate bag, and we have to keep a log of where it is going, which is currently held at DPS HQ.
Okay, so the firearm was handed to you, disassembled. You placed it in an evidence container of some sort, and you transported it yourself to evidence lockup DPS HQ.
Yes, sir. I stored it in the secure lockbox in my vehicle. I then drove into the lower parking lot within DPS HQ, at which point it was in the building, and I secured it as appropriate in the evidence lockup.
And that firearm has not been touched or tampered with in any way since you signed it into evidence locker.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Was there any other evidence collected on the scene outside of after the body was already moved, Mr. Frost had been taken away.
I believe Detective Thompson's investigation did collect more evidence, such as CCTV. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to step to Detective Thompson's testimony moments ago. He stated you took a statement at some point. Was this a written statement or a verbal statement from either my client, a witness, or somebody else on the scene?
This is a verbal statement your client volunteered to me, of which I took notes that are reflected in my report.
Before you read him his rights or after?
It was before, as Mr. Frost was not under arrest and volunteered the statement himself, sir.
Okay, so you took a statement.
Yes, sir.
That was given to you voluntarily, that you state, without reading the person their rights, letting them know that they were available for a lawyer prior to giving a statement.
Yes, sir. Mr. Frost is not required to be read his rights as
Objection
he
of
was not
leading
under
the
arrest.
witness.
What I'm pointing out here, Your Honor, is a statement was used in a police report in an arrest that was not given under the understanding that my suspect could have, or excuse me, my client could have had a lawyer during that statement.
Overruled. I will. And as far as I'm concerned, a voluntary statement as a law enforcement officer, you should cut the statement off and read them their rights before they continue. That's what I believe. I'm not sure how they teach it in DPS, so I will overrule that objection.
Okay. I'll move on, though. I have no issues with moving on. There's test that can be done to check to see what I believe they call it the GSR test, or a gun residue test. Was that done to Captain Frost at any point, or Miss O'Shea?
Not by myself personally, no, sir. I believe he is likely to have undertaken one at DPS HQ, but that is not my place to say. He admitted to myself that he fired 16 rounds at the victim, and also the weapon in his possession is registered and licensed to him.
The disassembled firearm.
Yes, sir.
When you received it, did you confirm that all the parts were there for the firearm, and that all those parts were for that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to confirm the size of caliber the firearm is?
If you will allow me to check my notes, sir, yes, I should be able to.
I don't have a problem, Honor.
Nope, go ahead.
From my notes, it appears to have been a 9mm firearm, sir.
Same size caliber weapon that was found on the deceased.
As per the coroner's report, yes, sir.
Okay. On the scene, we're going to go back to the scene. Did anybody else have weapons on them of any sort that you know of?
Not to the best of my knowledge, sir. I performed a very brief threat assessment based on the situation I'd seen. The only other individuals I personally identified with a firearm were the other law enforcement units on scene, and of course Mr. Frost, until he turned those over to myself.
Okay. Okay. And just to clarify, you were not the one to get CCTV,
No, sir.
and you state it was a foggier day, 100 to 200 meters, being approximately 50 yards or so. Yes.
Uh, no, sir. 100 to 200 meters at least. What I believe in my eyes would be, at a rough estimate, 300 or so feet.
300 feet.
Yes,
Okay.
although it may vary with people's eyes, as I'm sure we're aware.
Well, yes, some people have better eyes than others. I agree.
Yes, sir.
You transported Captain Frost, correct, to the jail cell?
Yes, sir.
All right. At what point did you read him his rights?
I read Mr. Froster's rights upon the point he was placed into the vehicle, and before I transported him to DPS headquarters, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to step back to the 911 caller.
Yes, sir.
The 911 caller stated a person that they believe looks like a police officer. Am I correct on that saying?
No, sir.
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
It's a simple question of what was stated in the 911 call.
I do not have the 911 call up, so I can't determine that.
I wasn't going for a speculation on that. I was going for clarification on what the 911 caller stated.
Right. Overruled.
It was in Detective Thompson's testimony that the 911 caller and the 911 description stated a person that looks like an law enforcement officer. In any of your statements, in any of your interviews, questions, did Captain Frost ever state?
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
Where am I leading him to? I'm asking what my client told Sergeant Sam.
Overruled.
Did my client ever state that he was identified as a law enforcement officer in any way, shape, or form?
He did not state that to me, no, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
If I may, sir. I would have to recheck body cam footage. I am obviously aware Sergeant Frost is a law enforcement officer. I'm unaware if he was in possession or displaying a BCSO badge at this time. I'm also unsure what BCSO's policy is. But I would say that it is entirely possible that he would be identifiable as a BCSO deputy, at the very least to myself from prior knowledge.
I thank you.
Plaintiff, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Sam, how long have you worked with Mr. Frost?
I wouldn't be prepared to put a number on it without looking, ma'am. At least a year and a half, if not more.
Okay, but you're well aware that he is an officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on your statement, and we've come to terms with that you're more than aware that he's an officer. You can't say whether or not he was on duty that day, though, correct?
Mr. Frost was not on duty at the time of the incident, to my knowledge. I'm
Right.
unaware of his shift patterns other than that.
Right. And when you took the murder weapon into custody, when you locked it up, can you tell the court what a disassembled firearm looks like, or what it is?
Yes, so a disassembled firearm is a firearm with constituent parts removed that would be incompatible with the firearm being at least easily fired. It is still able to be fairly well reassembled. These stages are similar to when the firearm's cleaned. It would place the firearm into several separate pieces that would, of course, need to be reassembled for the firearm to again be a threat. It also prevents anyone from using it in further shootings without these instances being properly investigated.
Right. And was it disassembled when you took it into custody?
Yes, Mr. Frost had disassembled the firearm before
Okay.
handing it to me.
Okay, and you did say that it was a 9mm, correct? Same as what the victim had on them.
That would appear to be the case from my notes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how many rounds does a gun like that hold?
According to my notes, Mr. Frost has a Sig Sauer. Sorry, excuse me 1 second. Mr. Frost has a Sig Sauer P320 with a 21-round magazine, of which 16 rounds were missing from the firearm, assuming a fully loaded weapon.
Okay. And even though it was foggy that day, can you give us can you tell the court what he was wearing when you got on scene?
Not off the top of my head. I'm sorry, ma'am. I wouldn't be prepared to comment.
Okay, not a problem. All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, any further?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Sergeant Max Sam, I appreciate it. You can take your seat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, plaintiff, any further? Any further witnesses?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, on to you. Do you have any witnesses you'd like to call to the stand?
Yes, I'd like to call Sheriff Hightower to the stand, if he's available.
All right.
Will you take a chief instead?
Excuse me, Chief of Police Hightower. My apologies.
I know, old habits die hard.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, Mr. Chief Hightower. Oh, there you go. Alrighty, I'm going to repeat after me. Hi, Chief Hightower.
Hi, Chief Michael Aloysius Hightower.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower. You may remove your hand and go ahead and take a seat.
All right.
Chief Hightower, how you doing today?
Doing all right yourself?
I'm doing great. What's your years of experience as a police chief or sheriff or law enforcement altogether?
Uh, let's see. Probably about 40 or so years.
Okay. So a good long run going for you.
Yep.
On the day in question, you were called to the scene by another one of your officers, correct?
It wasn't my officer. It was Sergeant Sam of the DPS.
So Sergeant Sam contacted the chief of police on this. Could he not get a hold of his? Excuse me, I'm not going to question that.
Okay, continue.
When you got on scene, what was your visuals?
Let's see. I believe I was standing when I pulled up. I was standing across from 7336 Mirror Park Boulevard, looking south into the city. Could barely see the traffic light at the corner there of Nicola and Mirror Park Boulevard.
Just for the court's understanding about what kind of distance is that?
Probably about 100 yards, I'd say. It was super foggy.
Super foggy out, 100 yards. Okay. You arrived on scene, got out of your patrol vehicle, your take-home vehicle, and was presented with what?
Sergeant Sam met me at the vehicle and walked me down to where the scene was at. Kind of explained to me what was going on.
And what was that was going on?
He told me that Captain Frost had shot somebody, which is honestly, it's probably the second time I've had to deal with this. Now with Sergeant or Captain Frost, but with another individual. And
Okay.
I explained to him, I said, well, are you following procedure? Why did you call me in? This, that, and the other.
Okay, and following procedure, are we talking LS PD or DPS procedure?
Well, DPS procedure, but it kind of mirrors over to LSPD and a few other departments as well. Basically, they're supposed to process the scene, separate the witnesses, get their statements under Miranda warning, and then proceed with the case as directed.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that that's how the scene took place prior to your arrival?
I couldn't say as what happened to the scene prior to my arrival, but when I got there, I noticed that both witnesses were standing next to each other, and there was a body on the ground. And didn't appear to be too much going on because I saw Detective Thompson and somebody else. I didn't see who it was offhand, standing next to each other talking.
Okay. We're going to fast forward a bit here. You contacted me to my office and requested a interview with myself and my clients. Is there a specific reason why you wanted us to come and have an interview with you?
Yeah, pretty much. I wanted to get another interview out of the way on record, to see how the stories differed from the written statements that were given by Sergeant Sam and Detective Thompson.
Okay. And you felt, and I can agree with you that I felt that those interviews went very appropriate.
They were appropriate. I had a little audio hiccup with my side, but I believe the cameras in the conference room picked up the rest.
Yes, yes, you did. You did tell me that your audio issues, um, you did have those. You did explain that to me. I'm actually going to go and allow the prosecution to ask questions. But at this moment, no further, Your Honor.
Alrighty, plaintiff. Hi there.
Good evening, Chief Hightower. Let's go back to your statement just a second ago. You said that this is not the first time that you've had to deal with this when it comes to Mr. Frost.
No, Mr. Frost was the first. This is the first time I've had to deal with Mr. Frost shooting somebody, at least in an off-duty status that he was. But I had to deal with other off-duty personnel discharging their firearms. We had a case recently, probably about 6 months ago. I can't go into the details, but it should be on
Right.
court record.
Yes, we have that.
How would you say his demeanor is at work?
I can only say about by the interactions I've had with him. I can't say what his demeanor would be at work.
That's okay. Go on.
The few times that or most of the times that we talk, he always seems a little bit grumpy. But that's just him. I've learned to accept that his personality is a little bit grumpy sometimes.
So you would say that he's an easily agitated man?
I would have no idea if he's easily agitated. Every time I've met him, he's been cool, calm, and collected. He's just grumpy and gruff. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
She tried.
Has Mr. Frost ever been known to overreact, over exaggerate to a call or anything like that? While on
Not
scene, anything?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, and you were the one. Let me just double check something real quick. And it was under your order that Mr. Frost be brought in under arrest, correct?
Yes, it was under my order. Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate why you would give that order?
We've had not personally speaking, but there have been instances in other departments where, because it's a law enforcement officer, whether they're on duty or not, would get special treatment as far as how a scene is processed. But with the eyes of everybody watching,
Right.
it's best to do it by the protocol that's laid out in the state charter for dealing with violent offenses.
Right. Now, other than the past two incidents that you've just mentioned with Mr. Frost, have you ever had to reprimand him or anything like that because of his behavior, or had to speak with him about his behavior?
It is not my chain of command, so no.
Okay. Okay. One second, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Nope, you're good.
All right. No further questions at this time, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. Defense, any questions?
I have no further for Chief Hightower at this time.
All right. Chief Hightower, thank you so much. You may take your seat.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I am out of energy. Honestly, Lucy.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
I'd like to call an additional witness to the stand.
Yes. What's their name?
I would like to call Director Will Shield to the stand of the DPS.
Okay. And as this is in court, plaintiff, you're okay with this witness call up?
No, Your Honor. He wasn't on scene, nor was he on duty.
All right. Mr. Spector, may I ask your reasoning for calling Director Shield up to the stand?
I would like to get it on the record of the policies behind evidence transportation and evidence collection, per the words of the director.
All right. I will allow it. No questions involving the case, only the questions that you've just stated there for me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Shield, if you go to my left for me, the seat to my left.
Alrighty, Mr. Director, go ahead and place your right hand on the Bible
Mr.
here.
Director. I love Hamilton.
Alrighty, and repeat after me. I, Director William Shield,
I, Director William Shield,
Do you solemnly swear
Lucy, I'm
do
out of
solemnly
energy.
swear
to tell
Send
the
coffee.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Director. You may go ahead and be seated.
Thank you.
Good day, sir. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I just want you to know the reason I'm calling you up here is just a policy questions. I will not ask you any questions about the scene as you were not there and you're not any of the um, detectives or anything that was on the scene.
Okay.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Long enough these days. I would say roughly about 12 or so years.
And how many of those as a director of the Department of Public Safety?
With the SADPS now, I've spent 3 years. Of those years, I've spent 1 year as the director so far.
And my just to clarify my understanding and the court's understanding, you write the policies and the directions and stuff that goes for whatever shall take place within the DPS.
I don't write them directly, but I review them and approve them myself.
Okay, so essentially your name is signed at the bottom of the policies that are written.
That's correct.
Okay. What is the policy on DPS for collection of evidence on a scene?
So, generally speaking, when we are attending a scene to collect or preserve evidence, that evidence will be handled with obviously sterile gloves where applicable. Depending on the type of evidence in question, we will use the suitable container, whether that's either a simple sealable evidence bag, or if it's a sharp, like a blade, we will use a sharps tube. If it's a firearm, then we'll use the appropriate box to tie down and secure that firearm.
Okay. And when that's collected, put into a proper evidence container, is there uh, is there any photos taken of the items prior to actual collection, prior to going into the evidence?
Generally speaking, no. If there are photos that need to be taken, usually that will be done by CSI, depending on what the scene is. Generally speaking, if CSI are called, then we leave the scene in situ. CSI will take photos of that and then collect the evidence as they see fit. We will only guard the scene until CSI attend.
Okay. And that once it's collected, your officers or your detectives collects the evidence, and then is there a specific way they have to transport it to the headquarters or wherever they're taking it to?
So if it's a general scene where we're okay, the troopers themselves are okay to collect evidence, they'll collect the evidence, they'll seal it and secure it as they see fit as necessary. It'll be secured in their vehicle and it will be transported to the nearest law enforcement building, whether that be a DPS building, a BCSO building, or an LSPD building. From there, it will then be secured at the evidence room there and then internally mailed through the internal mail system that law enforcement has between those buildings. So we can take it, for example, if we're all the way up in Polito, we can drop it off at Polito Bay Sheriff's Office and then it gets securely transported to DPS HQ or DPS Ops Support in this case for further processing.
Is there a written log on who handles the evidence?
Generally speaking, it will be either forensics crimes labs or some sort of DPS personnel.
And are you able to speak on what forensics does for DPS?
Not off by heart, but generally speaking, going off of what we know forensics does, I think it's safe to say we know their remit in this role.
Okay, so you don't have any direction over the forensics department, or is that someone else?
I do, but I'm not as familiar with the forensic side of things.
Okay, okay. Once the evidence is secure in your building, you say it goes to DPS ops support.
It'll go wherever it's directed to. So if it needs to go to DPS HQ, it'll be labelled as such and be transported as such. If it's labelled that it needs to go to ops support, then it'll go there.
Okay, and then once it's in the hands of the last individual, it pretty much stays locked up, doesn't get touched, nothing at all.
That's correct. There will usually be a log of who the last handler was of that evidence, whether it's for testing, for transport, or whether they've initially secured it.
Okay, and if someone wanted to take that evidence out to check it for some reason, how do they go about that?
They would need to sign it out.
Sign it out, and then does it go back to the same location, or?
Yeah, generally. So if it's being transported, they'll sign it out at, say, Galito Bay, this example.
Mhm.
They'll then sign it in at DPS HQ if that's where it needs to be transported.
Okay. So, just to in honor, if you don't mind, I would like to kind of throw a scenario out, but it will not have anything to do with the case, and you can question prosecution if they're okay with that.
I will let the question go out, and before Director Shield answers, I will get the plaintiff's point of view.
Okay. Thank you. So if an officer gets it transported, a piece of evidence taken to transported from Polito Bay down to headquarters, and let's say a forensics member needs it, they could go to the evidence bay, sign it out, go and do what they need to do to it as a forensics scientist, and then does it stay with the forensics or does it get put back into evidence?
I can answer that once everyone's happy
Yeah.
for me to answer that.
Plaintiff, are you happy for Director Shield to answer the question? Can she hear me?
I don't know. Miss Smalls?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you repeat that?
Oh,
Are you happy? Did you hear the question that Mr. Spectre pushed
I
to?
didn't, Your Honor. Can you re-ask the question, please? I'm so sorry.
yeah. No, I can re-ask it. It's a scenario type question, but has nothing to do with the case.
Uh-huh.
It's what I asked is if a piece of evidence is taken from what he states, Director Will states, Polito Bay to DPS headquarters, and if it needs to go from DPS headquarters to forensics, the forensic scientist has to sign it out, do what they got to do to it, and that's where I asked: does it stay with the forensic scientist, or does it go back to its last location at DPS headquarters? That was the question.
So, Mr. Smalls, are you happy for this question to be answered by Director Shield?
I mean, Your Honor, I feel like it would be a form of speculation.
All right.
Okay to answer.
No, we're going to sustain the question.
Well, then at this point, I've got no other questions. Yep.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any questions in regards to policies?
No, Your Honor, no questions at this time.
All right. Director Shield, I thank you. You can return to your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense, any further witnesses?
Um, if I'm allowed, I would request to have Detective Scott Thompson back to the stand.
Yep.
Yoo-hoo.
Alright, Detective Thompson, just for the record, you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you may continue with your questioning.
All right, Detective Thompson. It was stated previously that you have collected more evidence, such as CCTV. Am I correct in saying that?
You would be correct, yes.
Any other evidence collected by yourself on the scene?
Aside from CCTV footage and a written statement from Karina, no.
So just to clarify, you didn't find any other bullets or GSRs or any other weapons in the area?
We did not find any other weapons in the area, and a GSR test was deemed unnecessary as Mr. Frost stated he was the one who fired the rounds.
As prior to being read his rights?
As prior to us showing up on scene,
Before any officer read him his rights?
yes, and after reading his rights, he still stated that he was the one who fired.
When you were on the stand earlier, you stated that the suspect was had a stab wound to the upper right shoulder, correct?
There was a stab wound, yes. I mistaken the shoulder as I am a very tired man, but yes, there was a stab wound.
Okay. And just to get everyone set on the demographics of the area, the CCTV you pulled from the cafe, what's its approximate distance from the scene?
20 feet.
I can't
Can
say
you
anything, but that's a bathroom.
specify exactly the location of the cafe?
From the scene or in general?
Just a general. I'm
The
kind of
general
confused on what
location.
cafe we're speaking of.
The general location would be the Mirror Park Cafe that is located in the center of Mirror Park on the lake with a dock and a bathroom. The CCTV was pulled from a camera attached to the bathroom across from the cafe.
Oh, okay. Okay, he's talking about on the dock. That's a bathroom. Okay.
I
My
would
apologies,
say
I
it's
didn't realize that there
postal
was a cafe there.
7334. I believe it's a cafe / boat house.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar with the area as I live in the hills.
Quack.
Did my understanding is from Sergeant Sam's testimony, you questioned Karina O'Shea on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Did she happen to have any weapons on her?
She stated no, that she did not.
No, I didn't.
And could you prove that in the CCTV by chance?
Oh.
That she had a weapon?
If she had one or not?
No.
Okay. No further at the moment.
Prosecution, any questioning? And Miss Smalls, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. 1 second.
All right.
Okay, so per your previous statement, you said that the CTV footage was approximately, you said what, 100 feet away? Is that what you said?
I did not give any measurement as to how far they were from the CCTV.
Okay. Okay. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. All right. Well, we're going to backtrack slightly. How do you know Mr. Frost?
He is a work colleague. And by work colleague, he works for a different law enforcement department than myself.
Okay. And what are your personal interactions with Mr. Frost?
A lot of the times it's very much during high-end scenarios or incidents. For example, active shooter calls or anything like that. And anytime I see Captain Frost on scene, he tends to be very agitated, angry, and doesn't want to play well with others, his way or the highway type of guy.
And that was going to be my next question. And as you just said, that it's high. I'm sorry, you said it was active shooter investigations mostly, or calls. So how would you? Can you elaborate on his demeanor when he's on scene?
His demeanor.
Going for speculation on what someone's opinion is on a person.
Sustained. Miss Smalls, your next question.
I mean, it's a character profile, Your Honor.
It's a character profile, correct. But I would say character profiles should usually be done by people not involved in the scene. For instance, if we were to ask Director Shield back onto the stand, we can ask him for a character profile. We're not going to because he wasn't in the original witness lineup or for statements. So if you could just move on with your questioning.
Yes, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, any further?
If you don't mind, I'd like to approach the bench.
Yes.
Miss Smalls, if you're okay with that, Honor, I'd like Miss Smalls up there also.
Of course. How can I help?
If Miss Smalls would like a character profile, I am more than willing to allow a psychiatrist or a therapist to do one for her.
Okay.
But that would be obviously outside the court, and then we could get her a full report of what the psychiatrist states.
Miss Morse, your thoughts?
Your Honor, I don't feel that that's necessary.
No? No need for
No.
outside assistance? Alright.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Alrighty.
And no further questions for Mr. Thompson.
Alrighty. Mr. Thompson, thank you so
Yes,
much
Your Honor.
again. You may take your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Put those legs to rest.
Mm-hmm.
Defense, any further witnesses?
I have no further witnesses at this time.
Alright. So, at this point, oh, well, I'll ask again. Prosecution, any further witnesses?
I do, Your Honor, actually.
Okay.
Can we call Gerald Raynard to the stand, please?
Yep. Mr. Reynard is here.
My apologies. I did not realize he was here. Oh, yeah.
There it is, sir. I'm gonna place your right hand on the Bible for me.
What's this dude's name? Gerald. What?
Repeat after me.
Gerald.
I, Gerald Raynard,
Reynard.
I, Gerald Raynard,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and
the
nothing
whole
but
truth,
the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Alright, you gotta remove your hand, Mr. Raynard, and take a seat.
Alright. Prosecution, your questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You like to be called Jerry, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Is it okay if I call you Jerry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe how your day started, the day, how you ended up in the area?
Do you want to know why I was in the area?
Yes.
Oh, I teach Pilates Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays at Mirror Park.
Okay. And when you were in the area teaching your Pilates, did you see Mr. Frost in the area as well?
Yeah, I saw him. Like I went to the bathrooms. Like I saw him across the way. I mean, he was a little bit like blurry when I was over at the little island.
Across
but,
from the cafe?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also see Miss O'Shea as well?
After I left the bathroom, yes.
Okay. So while you were doing your Pilates, you like you just said, you saw Mr. Frost and you saw Miss O'Shea. Did you see anybody else around them at the time?
So after let me just restart. After I was I was teaching my Pilates class. We take a 10-minute break. I went to the bathroom, and that's when I did see Mr. Frost and Miss O'Shea. But I also saw a bigger figure. I can't tell if it was male or female. They sounded kind of masculine.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I just want to just let me brief your statement real quick. Just a second. And you did hear gunshots that day, correct?
Well, I think you'd have to be deaf not to hear them.
Can you specify whether it was a lot, a little?
Well, the first few, it was one, a brief pause, two, and then it was quiet for maybe, I want to say about 30 seconds, a minute. It was really quick, and then I heard additional gunshots. It was many after that.
Okay. You also said that you heard someone yelling. Was it a man yelling?
I heard a couple people yell. I heard a, well, like a masculine sounding woman. I did hear a man. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you said that the man was stepping over top of the victim. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, after all the shots were fired, like I looked over. It was very a little unnerving, but he was standing over the figure on the ground.
Okay. And the person that was standing over the figure on the ground, as you say, do you see them here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify them for me, please? Can you point to them?
That Mr. Frost over there.
Okay, and I understand that the weather that day was a little foggy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But even though it was foggy, did that you could still make out who he was? It didn't. I'm trying to word it in a way, sir. Pretty much you even though it was foggy, you still saw him standing over top of her. That's what you're saying.
Well, yes. I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, even if it's really foggy, you can see two people standing distant or sitting or laying down.
Right. And did you see Mr. Frost holding a gun?
Well, I saw multiple guns that day. I mean, it looked, well, what
But
I
Mr.
appeared
Frost specifically.
I mean, when he was, I guess he was sitting down with whoever Miss O'Shea is. Like, I mean, I didn't see a gun, but I mean, as soon like, I mean, I know what a gun sounds like. My dad was in law enforcement, so he had to have shot because the girl went down.
Okay, so just to elaborate, when you saw Mr. Frost standing over top the victim, you didn't see a gun. Is that what you're saying?
Not with the way he was standing, because his back was to me.
Okay. Did you see any weapons at all?
Well, the figure on the ground had something in their hand. Like, you could tell the barrel of a gun because it doesn't look like
Right.
fingers.
Right. Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor. And in your statement, you said that you ran towards them to see if they needed you to call 911. Did you call 911 that day?
No, I did not. I heard a few other people on the phone with 911. Didn't want to overload the system dispatch. I would like to elaborate on that, if that's okay, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So I work at Oceanside Medical Center. I'm technically a first responder, so I should have been, issuing care. So that's why I ran that way to ask if they needed help.
Okay. Okay, in your statement, they stated that, and I quote, didn't even get a shot before the guy fired again and again. Could you elaborate on that?
Could you restate the question?
Sure. So in your statement, it says, and I quote, didn't even get a shot before the guy fired again and again. Can you elaborate on that statement that you gave?
Yes, ma'am. So once I saw the bigger figure fall to the ground, it looked like they were lifting the gun, and my father was in law enforcement, and one of the first things you have to do is take down a target. Like that's what you have to do. And since she was raising the gun, I'm assuming, can't really say 100% because I was not in Mr. Frost's case, that he had to use his training to take down a target.
Right. Okay. All right. 1 second. Okay. So I do have another question. Did you identify yourself to law enforcement that day?
No, ma'am, because I don't think they ever questioned. I got the news statement saying if there's any information, if anybody was there, and that's when I came forward.
Okay. And you never went to the police station to fill out a formal statement or anything like that? You never came down to get questioned?
I just went to the police station and said I was there. Yeah,
Right, but a law enforcement officer never questioned you?
ma'am.
Were you read your rights before you gave your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you meet with the investigators to give a statement or anything like that?
Uh, I did meet with an officer. Yes.
Okay, do you know the name of the officer that you met with?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the bench, please.
Mm-hmm. Is Mr. Spectre joining, or just you?
I mean, he can if he likes. Your Honor, I'd like to have her statements thrown out of the case. She's not a credible witness.
Okay.
I second it.
Both second this statement.
Yeah.
All right. Not a problem. Motion has been cleared. The statement will be thrown out.
Also, if at all possible, maybe keep an eye on her, as I see some sweat and some nervousness on her, just
Yeah.
health reasons.
Yep, not a problem. I will have I'll have my officer keep an eye on him.
Okay.
All right, you two can head back. No further questions.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Reynard, you can head back to your seat. Thank you very much. Officer Gaines, could I have you approach my bench, please? Okay, sir. So this statement has been thrown out. Both agreed. And I would like you to keep an eye. This statement has been thrown out. Both have agreed to throw the statement out. And if you can, keep an eye on that gentleman. He seems nervous and sweaty. I don't want some sort of medical emergency. All right, let me up my voice a bit. The statement has been thrown out. Both parties agree. All right. Okay, so that statement is going to be cleared. We're not going to be using it for reasons. Does anyone else have any more witnesses they'd like to bring up to the stand?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, prosecution.
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Request a brief bathroom break.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We will take a 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, God.
Go get yourself
Thank
a
you very
drink.
much.
Go get yourself a bathroom break, maybe a little snack. Not jumping on my cameras, thank you. All right. Court is adjourned for the time being. Get yourself all situated.
Take a break. Take a breather. I'm stuck.
Thank fuck, I need coffee. I am absolutely dying. I'll be right back. Do.
Yeah, I'm the one who told her to have that installed.
I hate this part of the job, I tell you that much. I need a drink.
Nice, so that's probably
Oh
the
no.
best question that's been asked all day.
Hopefully Frost lets me in his bar.
Right?
I feel like I should be nervous sitting next to the boss.
Alright. Once my court officer comes back, we can continue. As long as everyone here that's need to be here.
I do not believe he's coming back. He ran out of here in a bit of a hurry.
There he is.
Right there.
Him, I thought you were talking about the chief.
And Chief Hightower had a emergency that he had to go take care of, so he's currently out of here.
Alrighty, not a problem. Alright, was it just Chief Hightower we were missing?
That is all that I'm aware of at this moment in time.
Okie dokie. Alrighty, so let us continue on. Continuing at 02:15 GMT. We're going to be moving on to our legal arguments. The attorneys can present legal arguments and interpretations of the law relevant to the case, and they can cite applicable statuses, case laws, and legal precedent. Who are we starting with?
Your Honor, if I may, can I motion for the defense to go first?
You may.
Let me grab my notes here. Okay. So, just to clarify, Your Honor, you're requesting for our closing statements, correct?
Negative. Legal arguments, sir.
Legal arguments. Oh, I was prepping myself for closing arguments. I apologize. Give me a moment. All right. Your Honor, at this point, I don't see substantial enough evidence coming from the prosecution and detectives on the scene to prove that my client had murdered the victim, Miss Filma Cheeks.
Fuck's sake.
Within his reason that would sustain such a strong charge against him, as in second-degree murder and criminal use of a firearm. If they believe that Captain Frost had done this, the most they've got is extreme self-defense and excessive use of force. He was defending for his life and the lives of others within the area, including Karina O'Shea and any other bystanders in Mirror Park. Now, I can't state any particular judgments or court cases for this, as such cases are very rare to come by. What I can state is I don't believe that there's a substantial amount of evidence stating that this should be a second-degree murder, criminal use of a firearm, when you have a suspect come up to a person, draw a firearm, shoot at them, and the person shoots back at the said suspect, striking them, and reasonably causing their decease. To move forward with a second-degree charge of murder and a criminal discharge of a firearm, I believe the person that had taken care of that had done that, was within their reasonable rights to defend themselves. To the extent of reasonable force. I've really got no real argument against any court judgments or anything like that. Just a moment. Apologies. This falls down onto you as a judge, and let's face it, the judge, jury, and executioner. I feel at this point there's not enough substantial evidence to prove second-degree murder or even criminal discharge of a firearm. That's where I sit at this moment.
Okay. Miss Smalls, anything to state?
Yes, Your Honor, I would have to argue that we have more than enough evidence that shows that, yes, it might have been self-defense, but it was overkill. As a police officer, he should have. He's trained in the use of firearms, sir. Ma'am, I'm sorry. And he had more than ample enough time to stabilize the situation. Unloading 16 rounds into somebody, it's overkill. We have plenty of we have the CCTV footage. We've got witness statements. The weapon that was recovered from the scene that's missing 16 rounds. I mean, there's more than enough evidence that proves that, the crime was committed. At the very least, I would go with involuntary manslaughter. But again, as Mr. Spector said, at the end of the day, it is up to you. But I think the evidence proves well enough that I'm sorry, Your Honor. I am so sorry about that. The evidence proves that Mr. Frost is guilty.
What's the name of what? Alrighty, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any rebuttal or subbuttal evidence that needs to be raised?
As in what, Your Honor?
Do any of you have anything to oppose for the other side? Any evidence, witness statements, questioning?
No, Your Honor.
I do have some items that I would like to question on their evidence that they state they have.
All right.
It was stated that Mr. Frost gave a testimony, or excuse me, a statement prior to his rights being written to him that he had discharged 16 bullets. Per the coroner's report, only 5 were found. No other evidence of bullets anywhere was traced back. Were stated that they were 9mm bullets, which was also found on the victim of Miss Filma Cheeks. It's also stated that the
Hoo-ha!
CCTV
I'm tired, Hightower. Leave me alone.
was seen. We have several different eyes that state it was very foggy that day. Visibility within 100 yards. Camera was within 20 feet of the situation or the scene. Now, what I'm requesting here is we don't have any forensic evidence putting a firearm
Understandable. Enjoy your food, Hightower.
into Mr. Frost's hands. A discharged firearm in Captain Frost's hands. No GSRs. The evidence of the firearm was never checked to be if that was the firearm that was actually used that they received. Now, the one item that was given was a knife, a quote unquote throwing knife. We have no evidence of fingerprints or blood or anything like that from the knife. We have at this point the only evidence that they really have is a CCTV of what took place there. We've got no forensic evidence is what I'm asking for here. As it's stated prior to rights being read, that 16 bullets were shot. 16 bullets were missing out of the firearm that was given to Sergeant Sam, disassembled. No GSR was checked. The firearm was not checked to make sure all the parts go together, make sure that barrel goes into that gun, that firing pin goes into that lower handle, that magazine slides into the handle of the firearm. Nothing checked to make sure that the bullets fit through the barrel that was handed to Sergeant Sam. Not at any time did our forensics team take the firearm and discharge it to try to match up the barreling on bullets. Now I could go on and on about different forensics evidence, but at this point we have a person that was feared for his life and feared for the life of a person that he was with, which I believe is a partner of Captain Frost. And all he wanted to do was protect himself, protect Mrs. O'Shea, and any other people within the vicinity of Mirror Park from someone that could potentially have taken out many, many, many people. Statements state that the lady seemed quite agitated when she was asking for money from Captain Frost and Miss O'Shea in the witness statements that I was provided. Miss Smalls, you should have been provided properly.
Mm-hmm.
Who goes to say that that particular person was in their right mind? No toxicology was done on the victim to determine whether this person was high on something or had some type of illegal substance within them, causing them to be in a different mental state. No toxicology tests were done on Captain Frost or Miss O'Shea. So when it comes down to it, there's a lot of evidence that has been missed, proving the prosecution's evidence is only a CCTV of a person protecting himself and the others around him as any law enforcement officer would do. Any rightful legal gun owning individual should do. And at that point, I rest my case.
Alrighty.
Your Honor, if I may,
Go ahead.
I understand more than anybody how important forensics evidence is in cases. I do. But when you have an admission of guilt prior and after rights are given, he's admitted guilt. We have footage showing him committing the crime. I understand, yes, we can argue all day long that it's self-defense. Self-defense is not 16 rounds. It's not. And not only that, you know, who's to say, yeah, we only found a certain amount of bullets. Who's to say he didn't do something? Who's to say he didn't tamper with evidence? I mean, he clearly pulled the knife out to give it to the officer. Who's to say he didn't pick up the rounds? We don't know. But an admission of guilt, which he clearly has stated, I would think would be more than enough.
Oh, go ahead,
Your Honor, if I may again.
Yep. Yep, go ahead.
If he would have picked up all those rounds, wouldn't you have caught that on your CCTV?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, no, because it was a foggy day.
So you're stating,
like you said.
So you're stating now that you wouldn't have seen him picking up the rounds, but
I'm
earlier
stating
you were
we
stating,
don't know.
You were stating earlier
He could
that
have
your
bent down to
CCTV
tie
is
his
clear
shoe.
enough
All right.
to see that he was the shooter.
No, what I'm saying is we don't know. He could have bent down to tie his shoe. He could have kicked him with his foot. We don't know.
Okay, this is turned from rebuttal to debate. What I'm going to suggest, nope,
I'm
not
sorry,
a
Your Honor.
problem. So over the years, in the case of self-defense, I do agree. 16 shots, whether the bullets were found or not. If Sean Frost did admit to shooting 16 shots, yes, it can be quite excessive. However, over the years, that figure has varied until common sense answer was found. You shoot the threat until you, the defending person, is sure that the attacker is no longer a threat to you. As for the missing bullets and missing forensics, I will have to agree. If Mr. Frost did pick up said bullets, I will state that the arresting officer and or the detective would have seen blood on his hands or fingers when arresting. And we can't say if he picked them up or if he threw them or whatnot. I have no evidence to say that the bullets were ever recovered. As for, I would just like to clarify with you, Mr. Spectre, and you can ask your client this in private if you need to. Does he openly admit to shooting 16 bullets at that time?
Stand by, please.
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time, my client states he is not able to confirm or deny how many rounds were discharged that day. He is not 100% sure how many rounds were actually in the gun at the start of the day. What he does know that when he over that 16 rounds were missing out of his firearm.
Okay. Prosecution. My
Yes.
question to you. Other than the obvious 5 shots that were taken to the victim, the 2 found in the skull, the 3 through and through in the neck, were any other bullets recovered by detectives?
No, Your Honor, because they most likely ricocheted. They were not found at the scene.
Okay. So in that case.
Hold on 1 second here.
Yep.
But I would like to say that in his statement with Chief Hightower that he did state after firing his weapon, he realized that he had 5 rounds left. So 5 minus 21.
And I agree.
Well, 21 minus 5.
I agree. That does add up. However, only 5 shots, only 5 rounds were found. You say they may have ricocheted, or
I'm saying we don't know what happened to them.
right,
We don't know if he tampered with them. We don't know.
right. And this is what I'm getting to. If if the bullets ricocheted, he would have, I assume, blood over his hands as well as. I'm not sure how bullets work. I don't own a gun. If anyone's a firearms expert, they can correct me here. My officer probably can. Picking up a bullet that has just been freshly fired will burn your hands. Am I right in saying this, Officer Gaines? Right. So, because we don't have anything that he had blood, burns, no GSR testing, we can only assume that the 5 shots found, or the 5 bullet wounds found, as well as so let me correct myself, the 3 bullets we found, as well as the 2 bullets within the head, that is the only things we can count, as there wasn't a thorough sweeping of the area. If they had been disposed of in the pond, very likely, but it's something you would have seen. I have the CCTV footage. They was a fair distance from the pond. You would have seen him kick his leg up or walk over to the pond to throw them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here and think about it. I will only be counting the 5 bullets that have been found and submitted to evidence. Because it has resulted in death, I
So
will be
we're
taking.
not going to count the bullets that went to the head.
Well, that's what I mean. Only 2 bullets were found, and 2 bullets in the head were found, and no one decided to look around for the other bullets. If a murder has taken place, a full investigation of said area is supposed to take place as well. That means closing off and cordoning the area until everything is found that's needed to be found. So, I am going to take some time to think about it. I will take both arguments into consideration. Would how would you like to come back at a later date, or would you like me to get the decision now?
I would argue now,
Okay, defense.
if it's all right with Mr. Spector.
The sooner to get this behind us, the better, man.
All right. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to call another 10-minute break. You can take yourself out for a cigarette. I'm going to go over all the information I have, and I will come back with a decision once we are done. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh, I have no. The only thing I can come up with, because obviously Yes, he admitted to 16 shots being missing from his firearm. However, they refused to sweep the area looking for any other bullets fired, and only two bullets were found. Three bullet holes were witnessed. Can that be considered excessive use of self-defense, or would it be second-degree manslaughter? I have no idea. I don't want to ruin anyone's roleplay, man, but this is fucking. I'm just spitballing to myself. Don't worry about it. Well, okay. So only 2 bullets were found. 3 were put to the neck. Three bullet GSWs are on the neck. So in total, 5 visible shots can be determined. Because no one decided to search the area for any other bullets, no GSR testing was done. Could that be considered excessive use of... Oh. Okay, what part did you miss?
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Seconds. Alright, so 2 bullets were found in total. 5 visible GSWs. Sorry, 3 visible GSWs and 2 bullets in the skull. Would that be excessive self-defense, or would that be second-degree manslaughter? I've been research trying to search up this whole time and fucking my brain. Second degree self-defense is second degree manslaughter, sorry, is occurs when someone is acting recklessly and aware of their potentially fatal actions. Instead of stopping, they continue with their reckless acts, and this leads to another person's death. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Alright, I think everyone is probably waiting for me. Nope, didn't mean to do that. 16, yes, Hightower, but because no one actually searched for the bullets, they can't determine if he took those shots beforehand. Because what was admitted was 16 bullets were missing from his gun, not shot. That's what I'm getting from this, unless I've misheard somewhere. I'll have to go. That's why I asked to request a few days for judgment so I can go back and re-listen. Pain in the ass. That's the thing. There wasn't 16 holes. I can't show the medical report to you right now. Hold on, but I can read out what was stated. The deceased has multiple major gunshot injuries. There are a numeral number to the deceased's head, causing the majority of it to be absent. The only reason these can be confirmed as gunshot wounds is because there are remnants of bullets within the skull. Moving down at the deceased's body, there are 3 puncture wounds to the front of the neck area and 3 to the back. These 2 are consistent with gunshot wounds. There are a further 2 puncture wounds to the deceased's chest. Within these were bullets of what? Okay. Of note, there are a further 2 puncture wounds to the deceased's chest. Within these were 2 bullets. Of note, the deceased has a laceration of approximately. He's confusing. Okay, so I'm guessing there's 7, but 4 bullets that have been found, 7 total GSWs. Oh, that's a judge. Alright. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue, is Dr. Beacon still in the house, or has he left?
Your Honor, I believe he had to split out on an emergency.
Right. No, I'm not. Alright. So, re-going over the medical report that has been submitted. 2 bullets were found in the head, 3 bullets to the neck, and 2 bullets were found in the chest area. If I'm reading that incorrectly, someone please feel free to correct me here. That will bring the bullet count up, the GSW count up to 7.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't remember reading anything about 2 bullets to the chest.
I have it right here. The deceased has multiple major gunshot injuries. There are a numeral number to the deceased's head, causing the majority of it to be absent. The only reason these can be confirmed as gunshot wounds is because there are remnants of bullets within the skull. Moving down the deceased's body, there are 3 puncture wounds to the front of the neck area and 3 to the back. These are consistent with gunshot wounds. There are a further 2 puncture wounds to the deceased's chest. Within these were 2 bullets. That is quoted from the medical report directly that I have in front of me.
Okay, give me just a moment if you don't mind.
Yep. I just move my camera around a lot. Okay, I get my hands need to do something. They need to do something.
Okay, continue.
Okay. So now obviously I was not there and I'm not going to make any speculations of how anything has happened. One moment. Apologies, I've lost my train of thought. Arrest report 5289. I'm sorry for this. Okay. So due to the fact that only 7 bullets or 7 gunshot wounds were determined, and because we are missing the further 9 bullets, I am going to drop this down to a excessive use of self-defense. As I said, as I weren't there, I cannot determine how things took place if 16 shots were taken. The only thing we have is a blurry CCTV, as well as 7 GSWs and 2 statements. Statements of which were not done with rights read. because a death has occurred because of this, I will be adding I will be leaving on the criminal use of a firearm. However, I will not be putting in the jail time. This will be a fine amount of $3,000, and Mr. Frost will have to go through 3 firearm safety courses before he is welcome to retain any firearms or return to his before he's allowed to retain 3 firearms. On top of that, he will be going for a full psych eval as has been requested. Once that psych eval has been administered to myself, to Mr. Spectre, and to Mr. Frost's place of employment, that will then determine when he is welcome to come back as a law enforcement officer, if he is welcome back. Okay, so excessive use of self-defense, I'll be putting the fine at $10,000. Criminal use of a firearm, no jail time with a fine of $3,000. 3 firearm safety courses, and 1 full psych eval. I find the defendant not guilty of second-degree murder. I do find the defendant guilty of criminal use of a firearm. With that being said, is there anything that needs to be said or stated?
Your Honor, I would like to, if you will allow it, to step back to the coroner's report again that you brought up.
Yeah.
On the coroner's report, I do read where it says that there is 2 puncture wounds to the deceased's chest, and within those were 2 bullets, but it doesn't state the size of bullets that were used there to confirm that that was within the same caliber used by Captain Frost.
All right, you are correct. All right. Well, with that being said, he will still be excessive use of self-defense and excessive use, criminal use of a firearm with fine instead of jail time. As of right now, if any more evidence does come up from either side, if anyone feels that this ruling is unfair, you can come back to me and you can request a retrial. However, at this time, because of the lack of evidence, and only because the fact that there were 527 bullets found in the victim at the time, I am not going to be pushing second-degree murder. So at this time, I will be adjourning the court. It is currently 0302 Greenwich Mean Time. I thank you all for coming down today and participating in this court session. If anyone does have any questions, you can come up to the stand. If not, please make your way out of the back entrance. Any of those that had a firearm, you will have to wait for my court officer to be there to reissue your firearm. and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tricky day.
Ah, you could say that.
Yeah, I had the chief of police give me a bit of attitude outside.
Oh.
Apparently, it's a thing here that you can't. You know how like it makes perfect sense that you can park on either side of the street.
Yes.
Apparently, it's some kind of thing here that you have to face the same way traffic flows when you park on the side of the street. But I've never heard of that being a thing, and I don't think there's a charge for it. But
Oh.
he gave me the nice lip of do you know how it was do you know how to park or something like that. So
Good.
yeah, I'm sure he won't live to regret that at all. But no. Yeah, tricky days are hard.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wasn't here for the whole thing. What ended up happening then?
What do you mean? It's a case of second degree.
Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach the bench?
Come forward. Yep.
Give you a moment.
You stated that 2 bullets were found in the head, correct?
Yes.
And that was the statement from
That was
Mr. Deacon.
Yes, that was the statement under oath that he'd given. However, I did notice that it was not. It was only remnants in the report.
Okay.
And this is why I didn't push for second degree murder or second degree manslaughter. One second. Yes, because very little evidence was found, and I completely agree with you that the lack of evidence was appalling.
Right. Now, I guess I need to understand where you're coming from with criminal use of a firearm. Because it was my understanding under what I read in law that a criminal use of a firearm would be like someone using it in a robbery.
I will be honest with you. I didn't know if there was a charge that could be swapped out with. If it does end up changing, I will reach the. I will change my decision and I will email yourself and Mr. Frost on that change. However, because I am unsure of every law that's out there, especially I'm not too big on ones that involve firearms, so this was one of those cases where I was a bit confused. I will not lie to you there. However,
You were not the only one.
yes, because I do not know if there is a charge that I can replace that with. Currently, I left it and I removed the jail time from it and only placed a fine.
Okay.
So, like I said, if I am able to find a charge that I can replace it with, I will send an email to yourself and Mr. Frost explaining the situation, letting you know what the new charge is, if there is any reparations to the fine amount, etc.
Okay.
All
right.
But yeah, no, as of right now, that's all I got.
Okie dokie. That's really the questions I had. Yeah. So.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not a problem. I hope you two have a good day.
I'll try.
I will. I did not mention it during the call. I probably should have. I will be issuing a court-ordered psych eval, so I will be sending someone to evaluate Mr. Frost.
You did mention that, yes.
I did. All right. So
Yes.
it will be court-ordered. Someone will be in contact with him within the week. It will probably be a local.
Okay.
And like I said, it will completely determine on his employer whether he's allowed back at work, or if he's on desk duty, etc., etc.
Okay. Okay, I'll inform him.
Alrighty. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you again.
Yep. You have a good day.
You too.
You were saying about what was going on then.
So this was a hang on. Yes, sir.
Am I needed, ma'am?
You are not. Thank you so much for assisting me today.
Yeah, not a problem.
I hope you have a good day.
You as well.
So this was a second-degree murder and criminal use of a firearm from an off-duty officer. After hearing all, there isn't much evidence to go on other than a foggy camera footage and 5.27 bullets. So my ending decision is he not guilty of the second-degree murder. However, he is guilty of excessive use of self-defense. There will be no jail time and a fine of $10,000. He is guilty of criminal use of a firearm. I'm not sure if you heard my conversation. That may be changing depending on what charges I can find to replace it with. However, currently it is criminal use of a firearm with no jail time and a fine of $3,000. He will be going through 3 firearm training courses and a full psych evaluation.
That seems fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't know the full details, but thought you might find this funny as well. Hold on. I don't think that's a thing, but
oh,
I'll be sure to show that to Bishop next time they host traffic cop.
You go ahead. You're a judge. Revoked.
I'm tempted to post it back to the LSPD with a copy of the penal code as well as the bill for the printing. But
God, bill for the printing. Yep, that's 30 cents for our ink.
I feel like that'd be a bit of fun. It'd be funny.
That'd be pretty cocky, honestly.
Well, my favorite part is I got an email with a copy of the code that they use in California for the same thing, of the same number.
Right.
And apparently the law is basically that your right-hand wheels can't be more than 18 inches from the curb.
What?
So I'm just going to now park over the curb, so technically it's still within 18 inches.
Just park on the curb, fuck it.
Exactly. Well, it's within 18 inches.
Oh, lordy. I'm not sure if you've seen The Office yet. Have you?
I think I came up and had a look. Yeah.
All right. So this is the us justices, and over on the other side is Chief Justice Billman's office.
Okay. And then we have the one downstairs, don't we? The meeting room that we can, in theory, use.
We can, yeah, that can be used as an office.
Well, I'll be sure to get all of my Do you reckon it's a piss take to represent myself at traffic court?
Might be.
I don't know what's more of a piss take, me showing up in front of the other judges with a lawyer, or me showing up to represent myself. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I don't think he's actually formally filed it. I think he's just written it on the paper.
Well, not much you could do there if it.
But if it doesn't get put in the system, I'm just gonna ignore it and bank it in my memory for next time I need to ask someone some awkward questions.
Yes.
Yeah, we all have that port of call of who the awkward questions go to.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready to close up. I'm tired.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout actually.
Alright, let's be Avignon. Let's see your Jancast Park job. Come on.
It's actually decent. It probably looks jank now the other cars have moved, but you know how there's not much parallel parking going on in San Andreas?
Hmm.
I managed to find a perfect gap that probably a Charger-sized car had moved out of, and managed to put my Charger in it.
Good.
So it looked... I left mine in the car. Beep.
Yeah, I got everything on me.
So does the whole situation. Miss Manning, I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for your outcome.
You're welcome. Hope things get better. I know I had to put you through a lot of firearm training courses, but I didn't want
No,
everyone
that's
to get pissy.
perfectly fine. I had a feeling I had to at least sit one, so I was already in contact with Under Sheriff Kevin Hamilton in getting all of those, getting that situated.
And
yeah, it's one of the things that's already policy anyways, so we kind of knew that was coming.
Yeah,
So
and Mr.
Sorry,
Spectre
go on.
spoke to you about the psych eval, correct?
I will get contacted with an appointment for a psych eval. That's all I was told.
Yeah, it will probably be a local contacting you.
Okay, yep,
And
that's
once an eval is done, it will completely depend on your employers how they proceed with your employment.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, that's fine.
All right.
Again, thank you very much for your time, patience, and overall outcome on it.
Yep, not a problem. Hope you have a good day, gentlemen.
Have a good one.
Did you hear the chief's amazing comment?
I did not.
Oh, he said have fun pulling out of there. Hope nobody hits you as you do.
Oh.
Basically I got the vague impression that he thought doing a U-turn in the street was illegal, so I didn't. I just crossed over to carry on in correct lanes to travel in the turn lane.
Good.
What was he gonna do? Cite me for it?
Oh.
I don't know. He'll find a way, but actually that's not a charge. We don't. I'm gonna hire the dude. In fact, who was the defense lawyer in this one?
Harvey Specter.
Do we think? Because here's the thing: as much as it's traffic court, they still have to have a prosecution to bring the case. Do we really think a prosecution's going to try it for a charge that doesn't exist?
No.
Okay, we'll find out. And if
Look,
they do, I'm ringing Mr. Specter.
If it goes onto your record, then you call
I would
away.
be impressed.
Yeah, you call away.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't, then, nah.
Yeah, no, I suspect it won't, but we will see.
We shall see.
I kind of want it to, because it would be really funny to have the entire panel of judges sat in a courtroom watching the case, because you know full well you would want to be there.
Oh, of course.
You want to see that's gonna make all of the TV.
One moment, sorry.
No.
Hello.
On.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just about to head home.
Where are you currently?
Sat at Station 1?
Stay there. I'm coming.
Okay, take your time.
This news doesn't deserve it.
Okay. Also, take your phone off anonymous.
Oh, fuck!
You fucking scared the shit out of me.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, shit. It is, too. Alright, I'll see you in a minute.
See you in a bit. Alright, well, I have to go.
Right, well, enjoy. I'm gonna head home. But no, catch you at some point.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
In fact, the one thing I was gonna ask, did he get a felony? Because I didn't catch that. The guy you just
The charges he was first arrested with, or the charges I...
the final.
No.
Okay.
Well, some could argue that excessive use of self-defense is a felony. Yeah, charge. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. You're always right. You've got the hammer.
Yeah, I got the hammer.
That's the rules.
So yeah, some could argue that it is a felony charge. However, I pushed it down to a misdemeanor. That one.
That was nice of you.
That one
He
is
gets to keep his job,
completely,
maybe.
yeah. It's one of those that's completely up to staff discretion, and simply because of the fact that there wasn't much evidence. I don't know what they wanted from me. They gave me some camera footage, 2 written statements, and the coroner's report.
Yeah. welcome to San Andreas. We take what we get.
Alright, but I gotta head out.
All right.
I'm being hollered at.
Have a good night with your anonymous phone calls.
Yes, you too.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, we are just going to boop 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 boop. Sit right here. Come on. Vehicle related saved vehicles. Super. I don't know where I am. Over here. No? What? Oh. Are we? There goes the bin. Don't need it. So, for the record, peeps, this is the outfit I was wearing on the day of the scene. Firearm very clearly visible. Hello.
Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
I assume it went good.
I am off with nothing.
Alright.
You seem incredibly calm about this. You okay?
I'm kind of pissed that I wasn't there.
I know. You're okay though.
But good, good. Tell me. What did they give you?
An infraction of 3,000. That's about it.
Alright.
The criminal use of firearm is there, but it's kind of the infraction just because we don't have excessive use of force.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Give me 1 second.
Okie
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Are you good?
Nope, not at all.
The demons in your head being silly.
I will get him to send it to you.
Okay, Italian, I got it.
Alright, good.
Close enough, am I right?
See what you're giggling about.
Checking it for ya. I think I can get you a consulting gig at Casas, setting up some online stuff. Piece of cake, right? Seriously? All the Mexican girls you fucking you fucking loser.
I'm here. I'm here and I'm here to stay.
Good. Next time I do the shooting, deal?
No! Cause I have an excuse, cause I have LEO and military training, you don't.
I have fuck with me training, that's what I have. But no, I'm really glad and proud of you, babe. Good job.
I'm thankful and still quite shocked that you're still even here.
Eh. Where am I gonna go, huh? Someone's gotta take care of your ass.
That's true.
And plus, I'd probably get hunted down by Terror and her ferrets.
Probably. Probably. I don't know. I don't know where to go, what to do.
I think celebrations are in check. What say you, husband of mine?
Okay, stop jumping the gun, please. There was no pun in that intended.
fine fiance of mine, soon to be husband of mine.
Are you just about to start work, or what are you going to do?
No. I've been just going around doing a bunch of paramedic paperwork as
Okay.
everyone else seemed to be unavailable today, so.
I am going to let you do that. I have
Oh, I
Randy
finished.
probably fucking need. Randy wants to talk with me. I'm scared. I'm probably going to punch him in the throat.
Don't do it in the firehouse.
Oh, I
There's
won't.
cameras.
No one will find him when I'm done with him. I mean, what?
Okay, good.
Anyway, I'm gonna go see what he wants.
Alright, well, I see you at home.
110 million% because I'm tired and I want sleep.
Good. Are you wanting food, or are you gonna grab something while you're out?
I'm going straight sleep.
Okay.
I'm coming home. I'm grabbing you. I'm gonna hope that you've eaten. I'm gonna just go to sleep and I'm gonna eat in the morning.
Well, while you're speaking with Randy, I'll have something quick, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Alright.
Is he even here?
He's not here, no. He's at Station 11, I think.
I want to smash my head off a fucking car now. Right, anyway, I'm gonna go see if I can find him.
Alright, you might have to send him a text.
Yeah, I will be.
Because I have, I don't even know. Oh.
It's okay. Hey, it's okay.
Yo.
It's alright.
And. Tomorrow, or some point, we go out to dinner to celebrate you not being a prison boy.
That's fine. That's fine. I do have to get psych eval though.
Oh, okay.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I can't just use your psych eval because your psych eval is just going to end with in me being put in a psych ward.
He's adorable and I love him.
No, because your fucking report would be, yeah, he's a fucking Irish lunatic who is unhinged. Your point being.
No, you're not unhinged at home.
Oh, I'm very much so am.
I know.
And you know this.
Mari's
What
a
happens
psychiatrist.
behind?
Would she be a conflict of interest?
It's a local person, according to the judge.
Right. Well, I tried.
So, I know. Yeah.
I only know
I would
one
have loved it
psychiatrist.
if it was someone that I would have known, but oh well.
It is what it is.
Anyway, I'm gonna go find this fucker before he disappears on me.
Alrighty.
I love you.
I
I'll
love
see you
you.
soon. I now have a headache. This is not going. This. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Why are you running away so quickly?
I'm gonna go find him.
Alright.
I'll be back.
I'll see you later.
Hey, Randy. How we doing?
I need my jiffers. I have no idea where I'm going.
Wanna have that talk?
Didn't need that sign anyway. I thought that was a cop. Um. Ugh. Is Mari here?
No, she went to go
No,
take a
she
phone
went to
call.
go get a phone call.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
Well, I just drove past. Oh my god. I just drove
What?
past the bank on Del Perro Freeway, and shots fired.
Yikes.
Oh.
Huh?
Shots fired.
Am I gonna have to hop on?
You want to know
No.
my answer to that? You want to know my answer to that?
Leave.
High tower's on duty.
Ain't my problem.
High tower's 10-8. That's my response to you. Go ask him.
Oh, what
Also,
the fuck
Tommy,
is
yes,
that?
you got murked. I think Mary doesn't even realize that she murked you in that clip, Tommy. Is he even here?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck, Knuckles, is going on?
Okay, we are going to take that off.
Randy just pressed his panic button.
Okay, well.
No, my problem.
Hey, my love.
I suppose I will go play medic. And I can't speed because I haven't got my flashy lights.
Oh wait, it's down in the city. High Tower's probably there. Fuck it, I'll hop on and help him.
Speeding.
Tommy, don't make me get lockout. Don't make me get him. Don't make me get lockout. Karina's about to make me get fucking lockout in a minute. Hi.
Hi.
Hop on right now.
Bye. I'll explain later.
Beckett, hop on and we'll go to the call together.
Yo,
No.
bitch.
If I have to get lockout, it will not be pretty. He will show up in Frost's truck. Don't make me do it.
Channel switched.
You know it takes me 30 seconds to change out my shit.
Sound resumed.
The best part is
Gaines running into Beckett's house. Wake the fuck up.
710, you
best
can show
part
me
is,
41.8.
the best part is, Tommy,
What?
Gaines would know him because Locke is in charge of B-Shift SRT.
710.
710, go.
Get a medic rolling to 8007.
I'm murking people.
We're gonna have a panic button on a fire unit 721. We're in the process of looking for him at the moment.
8007. 8007.
10-4, so you can show me rolling out with medic 1.
10-4.
Medic 1, you can show me en route. Code 2 response.
Medic 1, when you're coming up Bay City Avenue, be careful. There's a black and colored sports car with a spoiler driving very erratically up and down the road.
Yep, 10-4.
Go, oi, I need a guy.
Medic 1, you can show me on scene of the panic button. Free fully. Hola.
Where are we going to?
Go to just
So
type
we're
it.
trying to figure out what happened. Basically,
Uniform or no uniform?
I would
I'm just throwing a
I would
guess.
like to say that I did hear the shots fired.
Tack button.
were you in the area?
I was just up
Yeah,
there
I'm
heading
fully
home
thankful
as the
as I
shots were
am.
fired,
Be advised, I did have
and
the,
my radio did
NPR
panic. I heard the panic
enter the
button,
plate
spun around,
into
and
the system,
came
so it
back. I
should
was
start
just
playing.
about to contact the law enforcement as the panic button went out.
300 Central looks like it. Bay City Incline headed northwest. Alright, well, there's only a couple Leo on right now.
You wanna call us in or out
guys,
when
watch
you
the
can.
bank for me.
What's that?
Can you watch the bank for me? I gotta go run down this lead.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you, sorry.
You got, sounds like you got more LEO coming on.
Cool.
Yeah. Honking me, you fucking marshmallow.
Figure out exactly where.
Where are we supposed to go?
It's an NPR.
That's not what I wanted to wake up to.
Oh wow! I just finished a bunch of paperwork over all the
Chill here for a
stations that I
second
needed
and
to
get
complete.
CAD going.
And I was ready to go home and go to bed, but no.
Yeah, I was on the wrong channel.
Tommy, do you want me to call him in?
Huh?
Do you want me to call him in?
You can.
701 721.
All I needed to hear.
Just remember we're in PD's jurisdiction.
I know.
701 dispatch, can you attempt to ping 721's radio for me, please?
I swear to God. At this point, can we get Randy some bubble wrap?
I feel like that's a good idea.
Right?
412 was the vehicle that we're looking for.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good job, local.
Actually, Frost's case was today, wasn't it?
It was.
How'd that go?
User
It
joined
went
your
good.
channel.
Yeah. Is he back home yet?
10 for our copy.
He was actually supposed to be coming to speak to Randy. However, I assume he was still on the phone to him as Randy was pressing his panic button.
701 LEO responding.
But yeah, last I saw Frost, he was down by the Station 1.
Dispatch just got back with me. His Motorola was pinged last 7178.
But yeah, for Frost's case, good news is he's not going to prison. I didn't get full details. He was going to tell me tomorrow once he's had time to rest.
Oh.
But he has to go in for a psych eval before he's allowed to go back to work.
Well, at least that's that. So.
Yeah.
Great.
Are you wanting me to lock up the engine, or are you going to be taking it?
Calling fleet right now.
All right.
Car 412 is going to be inside the Life Invader building.
Well, I'm glad he's back home with you. I'm
Lovely.
glad everything worked out. Not the greatest of favors, but better than what it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a
maybe,
full list of
or
his
what are we
charges.
doing?
He just told me he's not going to prison, and he needs a full psych eval. So,
Yeah.
but he seemed very giddy, so I'm assuming.
I can't see the interior here.
I'm gonna just grab my SRT stuff.
Let's go stage at 7174. Sounds like they're at the Life Invader building.
All right, you copy.
All right.
Karina, go. Just go code 2 when you get close. Count it down to code 1.
Yeah, 10-4.
Alright, Flock, you hear that?
Good.
Vehicle seems to be clear.
Everything's dying. Give me a second.
Dispatch,
I
you need some
can't-
fire staging.
I don't have an
7174
interior,
parking
guys.
lot.
I gotta relog. Give me a minute. You.
Would you like me in
Bro,
tack
I have like 5
You know what?
FPS
That
right
might be
now.
a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not doing too well either.
Like, I'm not even joking. It's bad. This is a fatal funnel and a half.
Yep. I
And
ain't got much to
my
work with.
game's dying.
Just you two, if you need to stop and hold, just announce that you're stopping and holding. I will be back with you in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we went up
Becca, I'm
the
good
stairs.
if you need to hang back. Just let me know.
Don't be moving up solo, you pairs.
I know.
Yeah, I'm
One.
with them.
She's behind me.
Okay.
Literally right behind him.
Yep. No, that's good. I'm just letting you know if one of you stops, you both stop.
Okay, I am required to have a weapon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got them. I'll get you covered. Drop the weapon.
Fuck you.
You better drop that weapon.
Alright, I'm gonna get this back area clear.
What was the post? Oh,
Alright. 7178.
Oh, fucking Christ almighty lag. Alright.
Alright, I got the holster.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, go ahead and get them in here.
There you go.
Copy, moving in.
Keep talking to me, Randy.
Ah, fuck.
He shot in the foot. He has some head trauma from being pistol whipped.
Minute 1 on scene.
Right this way.
Okie dokie
I don't know
artichoke.
why I still have my gun, but whatever.
How did that get in here?
Chief, you might
I
just
don't
have
know.
to jump over the chairs. You might have to use your F2 muscles to jump over.
Right up those stairs, gonna be a cubicle. I gotta figure out how to get this damn rifle off.
Yep, thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
All right. On the other side of the desk,
Alright,
there's one of
he's
your
going to
guys, and
be
then we
shot
also
in the
have the
foot. He
suspect
does have
that's
a
down as well.
TQ
Alright,
applied.
is Chief on
He
the
did say
is
that
on
he
one
was
of our
pistol
guys?
whipped.
Yes.
I'm seeing a little bit of bruising.
Alright, where's the other one?
Right here on the other side of that, by that purple grimace-looking chair.
I got you. Alrighty.
I'll see if I'm
We'll
able to find
bring
the
them out
bosses
to you to
anywhere
make it
close.
easier.
Alright, yeah, bring him
Too
over
many
to
people
here.
back here.
Where you hurting there, Randy? Talk to me.
Becca, grab his right arm and drag him over.
Yep.
Besides the splitting headache and the fucking intense pain in my foot, nowhere else. I can't see shit, Briggs. You ain't got a spare pair of my glasses, do you? I can't see shit.
Not on me.
God damn.
Let's walk, start talk.
Yep. There we go.
Fuck. Yep. Oh.
Fuck all you up.
Alrighty.
Fucking kill him. Fuck.
Yeah, we're not gonna let that
Drop
happen,
him on the
bud.
ground.
Damn, we literally just showed up and fucked everything up.
Alright. Well, as is customary, hello sir. My name is Karuna Rochelle, the San Andreas Fire Rescue Service. Do you have a name?
Fuck you asking for?
Oh, it's nice to meet you. Fuck you asking for. What seems to be the problem?
That fucker over there killed my wife.
I see.
Who do I got across from me? Gaines?
Yeah.
Do you know how to check pupils?
Mm-hmm.
Can you check his pupils for me?
You review to EMS trained?
Keep talking out of line, and you will get more injuries than what it is worth to you.
I'm not now.
What do you need?
Could you just check his vitals while I do this for me until Frank can get his gear sorted out?
I would love to.
Good.
I'm getting low.
Alright. Help me roll him over as well, once the vitals have been taken.
No, we can roll him over now. It's not like he can go anywhere because his hands are zip cuffed, unless you want me to cut those.
Nope. That is completely fine, thank you. You keep them zip tied.
Roll your ass over.
Alright, left eye is looking good, right's dilated.
Alright.
No.
It's fucking rust skyrocketing and there's a bit of stuttering, but it's mostly fucking skyrocketing hitting the roof.
Alright.
That's probably adrenaline trying to fight off everything he's just gone through.
Wawa.
If any of you two don't like needles, I would recommend looking away now. Alright.
Nah, do it.
No viable veins in his arms.
Here, give me.
I
I'll
got
go
a
for his.
heart
I'll
rate
go
of
for his leg. Fuck it.
115.
What are you trying to do?
Blood
What are you trying to
pressure's
push?
looking to be
Saline
130
and
over
morphine.
75, SpO2 98.
Saline and morphine.
Cool.
Respiratory is 25, ECG observing now.
Let me come over there and cut his pants off. Oh, you got it. Alright.
Mm-hmm. I'll let you do the whole IV thing though. You don't mind.
Just a heads up, whoever's doing OBS, I'm good, thanks.
No, that's over there. That's not us. That's Randy.
I know, but mine was being taken.
Oh.
Alright. So here is the needle. I'll wait for you to find a viable vein. If not, I will just apply a tourniquet to his arm and find one.
Yeah, I think he might have broken some ribs.
Oh, probably. We'll go help you down.
Can y'all locals shut the fuck up? God damn, y'all are loud.
Really? I don't hear anyone.
I fucking do.
Oh lord.
You got him on the left, me on the right. I'm pretty sure if you fell, it'd be very questionable.
Alright.
Ah. Go on.
There's a needle for you. I'll start prepping now.
Okay. How am I doing? I don't
Dispatch
do
7-1, I'll
IV
be
shit.
transporting one times in my pickup truck to
That's why I asked if you could take over with that part of
Central
it, 'cause I
Medical.
don't do IV stuff.
Yeah,
Yo,
no, that's cool.
you're gonna get moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Oh, never mind. You
You're
don't have
used
to
to
move. He's
working with
backing up.
my counterpart.
Alright. Pass the needle back and I will start getting this set up.
There you go.
Alright. Cool.
Shit.
That
I gotta go
works.
tell my captain that he's all the way over in fucking Oceanside now. Great.
Excuse me, sorry. Shit.
Alright.
Well, wasn't really. That was all too quick. Well,
Fucking
Boomer,
kill him.
here's what's going on. I one
Save
tapped
your strength. How
somebody
about you just
again.
save your strength and also invoke your right to remain silent? Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney if you cannot afford one to be appointed to you by the state. With these rights in mind, do you have any intentions to continue talking with us today?
Fuck all you.
Great. Sounds like a plan.
SRU member here that's with me. Do you have any more
Wait,
zip
which
ties? You.
me? Yes, they're on the back of my vest. Feel free to pull them. There should be 4 more there. Well, Gaines, how's it going?
Hey, nice talking to you again.
I know, right? Shit.
Worst part to be catching up at, but
You know, it is what it is.
701's clear. Central check Mount Zona and route back to scene.
You know... Okay, you know what? I've had enough of this stuff.
Do, 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 do. 710 to 701 direct.
You
Go
keep
ahead, I'm
trying
on
to kick
scene.
around and stuff.
Yes, sir. Can you grab a sedative
We're
from
going to
my
invoke
med bag,
more injury
please?
to what you're going to invoke more pain
I'm
to your
sorry, a what?
injuries.
A sedative, something to knock this patient out.
Oh, 10-4.
He sounds incredibly
He's
happy
gotten
about
way
that.
too excited about that.
he just about to knock her out.
All of you.
Does that surprise you? Somebody getting exciting. Oh,
O'Shea just
why you
requested
not?
for. O'Shea asked for Briggs to grab a sedative from the medic, and he was like, "I'll 10-4."
Why are
Randy
you
really
not
cannot type
playing
today.
TAC medics, sir?
Because he's not on his fucking Hamilton, dipshit.
Gaines is TechMed as well.
I need
Yeah,
to
I
get
know.
TechMed certified. That's what
Yes, you
Gaines
do.
is
For the love
just
of
a,
fucking Christ.
Gaines is just
It's
paramedic
been
though.
like 9 years.
For
Like,
for the record, I am not TACMed certified.
No, I
Yeah,
gathered
dude.
that much by the way you just kind of wandered in.
Yeah.
Gaines is a paramedic while Hamilton is a
Honestly,
full-blown flight nurse.
Yeah.
I should do a day where Hamilton just works in Oceanside.
Alright, well, sedative's coming up. I did bring a backboard up with me so we can get him on and strap him down, but I'm not getting cussed out on the way to the hospital, thank you.
No, that's fine. We'll roll him right now.
Gaines, could you kick that backboard over?
Yeah, I got you. Should I actually kick it or just slide it?
Slide it.
Kick.
We might have our asses chewed out if you actually kick it.
You should have kicked it.
Alright, go for it.
Alright, you're good to roll him back.
Kill that man. Kill the fucking
Gaines
wife.
is a fucking asshole. He's like, you want me to actually kick it or you want me to slide?
Do you want me to cause more injury to you?
I'll fuck you up too.
Okay.
Mari playing angry and menacing is just so cute.
It really is. If she's not careful, she's about to get in. I'm about to drive my knee into her chest. I'm gonna cut the zip ties on his hands to take him out from behind his back. Beckett, strap him down to the edges of the backboard.
There you go. You can go and take my place.
Hi.
I was just standing there anyways.
How's it going?
I think I talked too quick and now he's all confused.
I hear we need someone to have some nap.
Oh,
days.
please, by all means, here you go.
Absolutely.
Told you not to step back.
Bro just pulled up and was like, draws up 2 milligrams of Versed. Oh, he could knock him out.
Don't forget to flick the needle, Briggs. Make sure get all the air poppers out.
Oh, and he's drawing up 1 milligram of, of an IV, bro. What
Oh,
the
they're
fuck?
going to sleep.
No.
They're gonna wake up tomorrow being like, what in the world just happened?
How long are you planning on?
They're gonna be in their heels tonight, bro.
God damn.
Long enough that he won't remember being here.
You know what? That works for me.
Do we have
my
an IV
person-
established?
We do.
Yes, in
it's
his leg.
right leg.
His right leg.
Briggs is just happy because he gets to sedate somebody.
Apparently, I need to run over there for some reason.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
2 milligrams of Versed and 1 milligram of that in there.
Okay. I am gonna go sleep.
Good night.
Fuck
I'll
off.
talk to you guys
Good night.
later.
Speech.
Well, fuck you too, asshole. Bye.
No one asked.
No, he left
Bitch, I will
before I
fucking
could say it's
call you.
past his bedtime.
Jesus Christ, Beckett. Pushes
There
Who
we
are you
go.
calling?
Give that about a minute.
All right.
Go fucking
Becca
kill
says
all you
it's past your
fucking
bedtime.
fuck-
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
All right.
Don't
He
have a
is
good
strapped
night.
down to the
You just
backboard
left because
completely.
we'll be
I
forced to say
haven't
anything,
been
so
given a
bye.
name. Well, I did. His name was I'm gonna fuck all of you up. So that's a cute name.
Sounds like a great time.
I agree.
He might have a dislocated shoulder from me kneeling on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I may or may not have
that's
put some
okay.
weight
But
on
he
his
decided
foot
to
too.
try and hit your medic, so I took that personal.
User disconnected from your channel.
All right. We're gonna lift on my account. He's completely strapped down, zip tied, the works.
The best part is Locke knows nothing
zip
about
ties.
Karina and Sean.
Yep. I'm gonna have to cut those off the backboard. Just a heads up.
I'm gonna do something. I was about to do
But
something.
I'm ready
and
to
I saw you
lift
do
on
something,
3
and I was
when
like,
you're
you got
ready.
it.
Yep, I'll grab
Oh
the head.
yeah, no.
Alrighty. In 3, 2, 1, lift.
I was about to
I-
drive.
There
I
we
was
go.
about to drive
I-
a knee to the chest, but you know.
I
ducks.
like the
Oh,
part
God.
of me going, drop the weapon, and then you just hear Beckett go, put your hands up. Yeah, I did the extra.
Where did you take Randy?
No!
Because
Put your hands up.
Mount Zona. This one needs to go to Ocean.
alright, yeah, because
Especially being sedated at the moment.
yeah, he's openly been threatening to kill Randy. So
Sweet.
I know.
Huh?
So, brother, check
You need
it
us or
out
anything?
now.
Do what?
We got a sleeper.
When the fuck did this happen?
Don't question it.
Okay. Let's make a great day bad.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Alright, Frank, you took your sweet ass time getting your gear on, don't even worry about it. Medic 1, you can show me transporting one-time PT, code 3 response. Semi-critical, he has been knocked out due to his violent behavior.
Hi, TG.
Okay, first of all, Mari,
I said what I said, so I just walked out.
first of all, Mari, you are absolutely adorable when you're trying to be menacing.
Fucking
Fucking great. Mary's here.
We literally only got off because we seen the panic button.
Yep.
Oceanside Medical, Medic 1 is at your back door, one-time male PT, 0.2 milligram of morphine. GSW to the stomach. As well as 2 milligrams of Versed and 1 milligram of Anaman.
Sorry, Mari.
Help.
Mary.
Hi,
Taking out my Angie.
And then I just turned the corner and I
That
just saw you
wasn't.
and I was like, okay.
That wasn't even like a violent anger. That was just an
Alright,
adorable
Frank.
attempt of being angry. It was great.
It's literally a Pomeranian, Mari. You were a Pomeranian.
Hello.
You think you're scary, but I could just kick you across the street.
I didn't want to yell at you guys.
That's rude,
I mean, I yelled at you.
Alright, nurses. We have 1 times
Yeah.
John Doe, unknown
When
age,
Beckett yells at
unknown
you, starts yelling,
medications,
that's when me and Tommy
unknown.
go, okay, we're gonna just take a step back.
Allergies.
That's what Hamilton does. Gaines, on the other hand, he's like, no, fuck no.
Needle stuck in my pee.
He has got saline and 0.2 milligrams flowing through his system, as well as 2
sorry.
milligrams
Who?
of
What?
Versed
Huh?
and 1 milligram of... I'm trying to be serial here, Mari. Stop putting your dick in my face.
I'm sorry.
1 milligram of drugs. He is on an LEO hold. Strap him down to the bed, as many restraints as possible. I recommend a bite guard as well because he's got quite the mouth.
Are you 10-4 on scene for me to clear off?
God damn it, my sticky keys turned on. Oh.
10-4. Some of the ones in service returning.
Medic 1, same traffic, returning to station 1.
Sticky keys are off.
I'm no joke going to type up a report and it's going to be entered building, cleared, 2nd floor, found suspect and firefighter. Firefighter was down at the time. Suspect stood up, turned around, pointed firearm at 421, 412 opened fire, 1 shot to dead.
So, scary, not so scary, Mari.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna be holding that against you from now on, just a heads up. Like, I generally couldn't, I couldn't take you seriously. Anytime I got off mic, I
User left
giggled.
your channel.
Like,
Listen, I didn't want to.
User left your channel.
Like, okay, listen, Randy said sound angry. I was like, I can't sound angry with these people. I like these people.
User left your
And then
channel.
Becky came in. I was like, oh no, Becky, no, just do BB.
No joke.
710, 701, would you like me to head to that 911?
And we was just like,
User
do we
left
get
your
in
channel.
and just take over?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Yeah, 10-4.
Then we all show up and Hightower walks up and goes, alright, well, TAC units are here. You guys have command. I was just like, huh? Alright, well, shit.
Both me and you were like, huh?
Yeah, because like,
Medic 1, you can show me en route and code 2
like a minute
response.
prior to that. Remember, we're in PD jurisdiction. They have command. And then it was just, alright, you guys are TAC units, so you guys are at command. Huh? What? Us.
And I hope you know how you say his name. It's Aaron Balake.
Oh, that's, you fucking bitch.
You didn't see it.
I couldn't figure out the last name, but oh my god, you stupid.
Lucky.
Oh my god.
Not
Medic
my
1,
idea.
you can show me in the area you're
Oh.
attempting to locate.
Yeah. You saw it from a video. Hey, Ron. Lucky.
It's substitute teacher.
Champion.
Take your ass down to Oshek Tennessee office.
So the whole backstory for Balake right here is that Randy was life flighting his wife that he had domestic abuse charges against, but you know, he still loved his wife. That's his boo thing, and she died. So he blames Randy. It was because Balake don't think.
Bro doesn't realize it's his own fault.
Medic 1, I have that patient.
See? That don't surprise me.
Can we really just point out the fact again? BCS is the only ones that actually pay attention to things. Because everybody kept going. The green salt was last seen in this area. Then I roll past and I'm like, yeah, you guys aren't seeing it because it's inside the building.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, bro, y'all are blind. Even I see it.
Dragons are chasing me.
It's right there.
Right in front of your face.
Oh, D. Dragons are after me.
Ah!
Oh great, he's living me. So does that mean he's gonna go after Randy again?
He's gonna be in jail. But he is gonna have a revenge plot.
Oh, that means you have to put him in CAD, Murray.
I know. Randy said to do it, and now it's gonna be a revenge thing. What?
Bro, I swear to God, there's so.
Look back.
Yay, but why are you diving? Stop.
Leave the hospital now. I'm bored. I'm gonna go be Casa Del Rey.
Final stop, 8127.
What?
I kind of felt that I left Randy and called by himself. Oh. And Tammy. We need to talk about your shooting skills, okay?
What, that I one-tapped you?
Oh, you shot me in the head.
Am, can you hear me?
That don't count. I'm a man with no helmet.
You're alright right now, alright? My name's
We're
Karina
gonna be
O'Shea. What's your name?
8127 South Broadway Drive.
Jenna? Do you have a last name, Jenna?
DeMarco.
Jenna DeMarco. Okay, Jenna DeMarco. Can you tell me what's been going on?
We're sitting in a courthouse for how many hours?
Dragons are everywhere now.
Dragons are
back.
everywhere?
Welcome back.
710 701. Can you run the name Jenna
Are you
DeMarco
alive?
for me?
No.
Why?
No. Considering it
The
is
dragons
20 past 4 in the
can't
morning.
have my feet.
No, don't
still
worry.
here?
We're here. They won't come near you, alright?
And I was about to throw a chair at
No
O'Shea's
dragons.
judge
Dragons
character
hate
because he kept
firemen.
stopping and starting, and I was getting frustrated.
Yeah.
He was taking so
Yep, we extinguish dragons.
That is my okay aunt.
They don't like our
Do you need
hoses.
a cat meme? I got you.
No.
Nope, what's happening now?
So they're not gonna attack my feet.
What do you need, motherfucker?
Fucking yes, that's what I need.
No. Oh, no, none are gonna attack your feet. Alright.
I'll go get.
So, Mary, where is this ex of yours?
Fuck,
like,
now you're
alive?
bringing
Jenna
a car.
DeMarco,
God damn it.
18 years
Wait,
of
what?
age.
Is this ex of yours still alive, Ken?
No medical conditions, no allergies,
Not for long.
no medication.
Tommy, me and you are gonna have to deal with that.
Alright, Jenna.
Um,
I'm just gonna ask you a couple of questions, alright?
Anyway, who's bringing a car?
Are you injured anywhere?
No. Carl.
No.
What the?
You didn't hit your
Wow,
head
that
at any
kid's
point?
going to get
710.
Carl, aka a cat that kid is addicted to because of Carl.
No.
Go ahead.
Have you eaten anything or drank anything recently?
I don't have enough for food or water.
Okay.
I want some candy. That's it.
Alright. And Jenna, when was the last time you slept for me?
About a week.
You haven't slept in about a week.
Alright, 10-4. Can we see if we can get a hold of that Isaiah?
Alright.
Dispatch.
Here, what I want you to do, can you stand up for me? Alright, we're gonna go sit in my medic, okay? And I'm gonna give you something to help you fall asleep, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, come on.
Sound muted. Sound resumed.
No, because I have flashy lights, they know I'm a firefighter. Alright, Frank's gonna jump in there with you, alright? Alright, Jenna. Are you scared of needles at all?
No.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this needle into your arm. And I'm going to give you something to help you fall asleep, alright?
Just give me a sec. I'm gonna phone call. Yep, hello?
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What sleep agent do I give to someone who hasn't slept in a week?
I would just let him rest and just take him to the hospital, honestly.
Alright, so, okay.
I mean, she's not showing any signs of agitation.
No.
Just mental health issues,
Yeah.
delusions. So I
Alright.
would just give a saline and then transfer.
Okay, so just sort of IV of saline, telbo fluids, and sort of trick her mind a little bit into thinking that she has a sleep medicine in her.
10-4, I got it on my system. I could track on. Okay. Yeah, I would just transport. I'm trying to get a hold of the emergency contact.
Alright. Alright, no problem. I'll take them to Oceanside. Alright, Jenna, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into your arm, okay?
Okay. What is it?
It's basically just some purified water to, you know, help your system, help you relax a little bit. I'm going to have you lie down in the back of my medic. Okay? You're going to be there with Frank. Frank is very good at fighting dragons, alright? I'm going to take you to the hospital. Okay? Medic 1, you can show me transporting 1 times female PT, code 2 response to Oceanside Medical. If you start feeling drowsy at all, you just let yourself fall asleep, alright? I'll go as slow as I can, I won't put any loud noises on.
So everyone dispatch, show me 10-7, 10-42.
Medic 1 to Oceanside, we're at your back door. Have 1 female, heavy sleep deprivation
User
that's
disconnected
caused
from your channel.
hallucinations. She has just started to fall asleep, so we're just going to bring her in.
User
Currently
disconnected from your channel.
malnourished, dehydrated, a saline drip. Alright Frank, let's get her out. Nice and quiet like. Okay, nurses, we have 1 Jenna DeMarco, 18 years of age, no medications, no allergies, no health issues. States she hasn't slept in over a week, hasn't had food or drink for a while, and is currently dealing with some very large hallucinations. She has been put on a saline drip and allowed to just fall asleep in the back of my medic. And I do believe my chief has contacted next of kin. Alright, thank you very much. Medic 1, you can show me 10-7 returning to quarters. Slowly does it.
I can't go sleep yet.
Why?
Why do you... Why?
You broke his brain.
No, Hightower was like, thanks, I'll see you on my... when I read it to her. Why do I need your report?
Minute 1 back at station. $7.10 is $7.42. Okay, let me just do this while I remember. Fire rescue patrol logs. Yup, yup. 7:10. Karina. Oh, show. Fire tech. No, it will be the first, and start time would have been 03:50. End time would be 04:30. Total time would be 40 minutes. Woo woo. I accept, submit, and we Gucci. Alright, peeps. We. Ah! Asshole. Skirt.
question. He was asking me questions if he missed anything. But yeah, this is EMS mobile, but this is basically with common sense, TACMED, fire rescue. Yeah. Obviously, TACMED, we're gonna kind of ignore
Alright, peeps. We are going to head on out. It was quite a long stream, ended in fire. I fully intended to get off as soon as the court case ended, but ended up doing 2 fire scenes, which, you know, I'm completely okay with. Didn't do the reports. I should do those later. I've got a lot to do tomorrow or later. But yeah, thank you so much if you have stuck around, and I love your faces. I'll see you when I see ya. Bye.